All right, we'll do it again. Call to order, please. Roll call, please.
Dr. Bofi? Dr. Bofi is not in attendance. Mr. Davis?
Here.
Mr. Davis is in attendance. Ms. Edmondson? Ms. Edmondson is in attendance. Mr. Garvey?
Here.
Mr. Garvey is in attendance. Ms. Holloway?
Yes.
Ms. Holloway is in attendance. Dr. Jones?
Here.
Dr. Jones is in attendance. Ms. Lewis? Ms. Lewis is in attendance. Ms. Orange Jones? Ms. Orange Jones is not in attendance. Mr. Rock? Mr. Rock is in attendance. Dr. Thomason?
Present.
Dr. Thomason is in attendance. Ms. Fauché? Yes. Ms. Fauché is in attendance. You have a quorum.
Thank you. First item, please.
Your consent agenda is ready, adding item 2.3. An updated executive recommendation for item 2.3 has been distributed, noting the correction to the effective date.
Do we have a motion to accept? Mr. Rock makes a motion to accept. Do we have a second? Where's the second? Where did it come from? Mr. Davis. Thank you. Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item, please.
Your first item is on page 1, item 2.1, consideration of the extensions and renewals of charter school contracts for BESE authorized charter schools. The 2015-2016 charter school annual review has been distributed. The department recommendation 1 is to approve the charter renewal recommendations as outlined.
Okay, in the interest of time, because this is going to be a long and exciting day, I'm sure, I'm going to try to speed up this a little bit by taking some of them that don't appear to have much controversy attached to them. If you look at page 2 of your packet, I'm going to ask the board to consider a motion dealing with the ones that are pretty much automatic. Cohen College Prep, G.W. Carver, James M. Singleton, Joseph A. Craig, Langston Hughes, J.S. Clark, Madison Prep, New Vision, and Southwest K. To consider those in one globo motion. I'm sorry? Cohen, yes ma'am. All of those, all the way. Okay, we have a motion to do that. Do we have a second? Mr. Rock is a second. All right, I'm going to call a couple of the audience cards down that I think pertain specifically to the overall project, and then there's one card that deals with one of the schools in that group. So would Dr. Keith Leger and Mr. Gene Thibodeau please come down to the table. Please, as you begin to speak, please introduce yourself so the audience will know who's speaking.
Keith Leger, representing Stanford Children. I typically speak off the cuff, if you will, but today felt that it was pertinent to represent Stanford Children in a most accurate way. And so we've written a statement that I'd like to read to you, please. Each of us here is committed to providing every child in Louisiana with a first-class education. The only way that we can accomplish this goal is through an accountability system that measures the right indicators, including achievement, proficiency, and growth, and with full transparency to parents and taxpayers about those results. It also requires clear supports, interventions, and action when schools are not adequately serving students. Today, we have that accountability system in place, and we have the results in front of us. One of the reasons that Louisiana's charter school system has consistently outperformed those across the country is that we have had strong charter authorization and renewal policies. Louisiana has a national reputation for strong charter authorization practices, consistently ranked among the top states for these policies. The question is whether or not we will continue to implement these practices by doing what is in the best interest of students and taking action on schools that are clearly not adequately serving our students. Stand for Children Louisiana urges you all to make decisions today that align with why we presume each of you wanted to serve on BESE, to make decisions that are in the best interest of students, and to create more equity and access to a great education for every student in Louisiana. This cannot be about politics or personal preferences or relationships. This must be 100% about giving every child access to a high-quality school and a first-class education. Our children are our most precious resource, and each of us has a moral obligation to make decisions that are in their best interest, regardless of what the consequences might be. Otherwise, we set up a very concerning precedent. We can no longer afford to provide exemptions or exceptions at any level for any school. Our accountability system is only as good as how we use it to drive the decisions we make. Today, we ask you to reflect on the data and your commitment to every child in Louisiana to drive your decision of holding every school, traditional public and public charter schools, accountable for student learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thibodeau.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm the president of the Board of Trustees of Lake Charles Charter Academy Foundation and Southwest Louisiana Charter Academy Foundation, both of which are in Lake Charles. We have a family of 3 schools, 2 K through 8s and 1 high school, Lake Charles College Prep. And today we're up for renewal at Southwest Louisiana Charter Academy, and I fully expect that the department and the staff members, considering what the ones I've spoken to, I fully expect that we will be recommended for renewal. And we were here last year, and Dr. Jones expressed some concerns and reservations about our performance. And I called him after the meeting, and we had a very good conversation. And I assured him that with the we had a precipitous drop, and I think that was due to a change in leadership. Leadership is so important in this environment. And it's so important for us to create a culture of excellence among the parents, the students, the leadership, and the faculty members. And I assured Dr. Jones that we would be back here this year with improved scores. We have worked collaboratively with our management company, Charter Schools USA, and with our new leadership. And because of that, we looked at the 2015 LEAP scores of our students, and we targeted the performance of those students who were not performing up to standards. We had several tutorials for those students who were not meeting those standards, and we implored our teachers, we demanded our teachers that they become familiar with the accountability and the assessment standards using tools provided by the Department of Education. We are now one of the 5 top gained schools in Calcasieu Parish. We are not, Dr. Jones, where the board wants it to be. We assured ourselves that we would be an A school in 5 years. We still have that aspirational goal. And the board pushes and pushes and pushes. We cooperate very much with our school leadership, with our parents, with our students. We have a very visible presence on campus. I know our goal, our role is governance, but we work very closely with our school leadership to provide, to allow them to know and to let our students know and our parents know that we can provide whatever supplemental and complementary tools that the school needs and that our management company, Charter Schools USA, needs. And I think that's been successful. I think we have to be visible, and I think we have to demand an environment of culture. When you demand that sort of thing from the students and from the leadership and from the parents, that works. And I think our teachers have to understand and be treated as the professionals they are. They have to buy into our objectives. They have to buy into our mission. And we go regularly to faculty meetings and to commend them when necessary. I think that they need positive reinforcement and also to implore them, like, look, these are our standards. and we expect you to reach those standards. And if you can't buy into those standards, if you cannot buy into our model, then perhaps you shouldn't be here. So we're seen as a difficult board sometimes, but that's a compliment, I think, because we really truly believe that that education is the foremost issue confronting our society today.
Thank you, sir. And I have to, with the indulgence of the board, if I remember correctly, I think that may have been my first meeting on the board or second at most. And I remember that I was skeptical about granting extensions to the school that I didn't think was performing up to standard. And I know that day I made some comments to you that don't come back to the table next year expecting to get that approved if it wasn't better. And it was pointed out to me at that time that BESE's policy was to grant an extension if you had a D score. And I'm comfortable with it, and I commend you on the fact that you took that to heart and got it back to where I know you're not where you want to be yet, and you're certainly not where I want you to be yet, but you are where you need to be in terms of getting a renewal of, or excuse me, I guess it's a renewal of your charter. The only other thing I would say is BESE's contract with charter schools is with the board, not the operator. You determine who your operators and so forth are, but our contract is with you and your leadership board. So our expectations are that you take whatever steps necessary to get it done, and I commend you that you're at the point where you're going to get your renewal this year, and congratulations. Thank you. I think you're going to get it. They have to vote on it, but we'll see.
We hope so. You know, Dr. Jones and the members of this board, and we don't speak uncommittedly. We really mean what we say, and we make a lot of effort and we put in a lot of time to make certain that our students get what they deserve and that they become what they can and what they ought to be.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I think that's the only two comment cards that I have out of the general. The other ones are specific to it. Is there another one, or is that it? That are specific to the general overall? No, I think that's it. Most of those people are. And so now let's open the board discussion. I recognize Ms. Voce.
I too am in favor of following our policy as it relates to renewals and extensions. As we're dealing with these renewals, I just have a question of the state superintendent.
Ms. Voce, could you speak up a little more into the microphone, please?
Okay, well, are these on? Yes. Okay, I do have one question of the state superintendent. Do all of these renewals meet the guidelines for the correct percentages of both at-risk and special education students?
There are guidelines in the law.
I know there are guidelines. I'm asking if the schools that are being renewed meet those.
I think some of them do, and some of them do not yet meet them. Of charter schools statewide, 11.5% of students are classified as having a disability under IDEA. The percentage statewide among all public schools is 11.3%. So you see that there's, across the whole group, there's parity. But there are 50 schools statewide that don't have even 5% of students with disabilities. So, you know, now I'm not talking about charters, I mean all schools. So, you know, there's a range, and I think on this list you see a range too. I believe there are, and my staff can tell me if I'm wrong, I believe there are 2 schools that we would say don't meet the percentage by a margin that is significant.
Okay, I would just ask at this time, and you know, the law does require that once a year the report is presented to the board in terms of the percentages of at-risk and special education students, which are mandated by law. And then there are also some steps to take if schools do not. So in the renewal contracts, I would hope that we do have that outlined, that they would do the corrective action plan to work toward that, so that as they progress through this process, working toward that goal is part of the contract that the charter that we sign with them.
Yes, ma'am, we will.
And could you tell us when that report will be coming to the board?
The report in the law, the term is specifically refers to the October 1 data. Those data are audited as of later this month, so we should have the report available in January.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other board discussion? Any,
Thank you all.
thank you. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. Those charters are renewed. Next item on that. Oh, we've got to finish with the, I'm sorry. Okay. Now we're going to deal with the 3 schools individually in the renewal category that we have some discussion or thoughts on. The first one is McDonough 42 Elementary Charter. I have a recommendation from the superintendent for non-renewal. Can I get a motion? Mr. Rock moves and Ms. Boccia seconds.
Dr. Jones, I want the board to, as we get into decisions that are recommendations not to renew, to make sure that the legal role of the board on these matters is clear. May I have Joan Hunt just briefly advise the board? I recognize we have provided legal guidance to the board already, but if she may just re-articulate to the board what its responsibilities legally are under this particular item, I would appreciate that chance.
Would Ms. Hunt please come to the table?
Good morning.
Is your mic on?
I think so. Let's see.
We'll pull it real close because I can
Okay,
hear
can you
terribly.
hear? Or should I move to a different one?
That might be better. Could anyone else hear? Maybe it was just me. Okay.
Is that better?
Much.
Okay. All right, so when we're talking about charter school renewals, according to the law 1739-92, BESE determines for every charter school in its final year of the charter contract whether that charter school has met the criteria and processes set forth in law and policy in order to be renewed. And to be eligible for renewal, a school has to have a letter grade of at least a D in its first renewal or a C in subsequent renewals. It has to demonstrate the ability to operate a fiscally sound charter school as evaluated by the Fiscal Risk Assessment and Charter School Performance Contract. And it has to comply with statutory, contractual, and regulatory obligations as evaluated in part by the Charter School Performance Contract. So for every charter school in the final year of its contract, the state superintendent shall make a recommendation to BESE as to whether that charter renewal application shall be renewed. BESE can renew a school for a minimum of 3 years or a maximum of 10 years. And I included y'all got the legal document? I included a chart in there as far as the maximum renewal terms for the various grades. If they made an F, they can't be renewed for more than 3 years. Same for D. 6 years for a C, 7 years for a B, or 10 years for an A, and those are the maximum amounts. It could be less, but that's how the maximum it can be. And if the charter school does not meet the expectation outlined in policy, the state superintendent may recommend a non-renewal and thus a closure of the school at the end of the contract period. However, the superintendent may also recommend, and BESE may approve, a school that does not meet the requirements if the following conditions are met. The school is an alternative school with the BESE-approved alternative renewal framework and meets the terms of renewal under that framework. If the school is a turnaround school in its first charter term and has made at least 20 points in SPS growth from its pre-assessment index. Or the superintendent makes a recommendation for renewal because closure of the school would likely require students to attend lower performing schools. In this instance, the superintendent must demonstrate that efforts have been made to find a higher performing charter operator and that those efforts have failed.
So I wanted, Mr. Chairman, the board to hear that because I believe that the shalls and the mays are, as they are with any law or regulation, important in this case for the board to understand. Ms. Hunt, and certainly members should ask questions as well, but if I understand regarding renewals, the superintendent shall recommend, if schools have not met the terms for renewal, a non-renewal. The superintendent may recommend a renewal, but only if certain conditions have been met, such as the students would likely go to other low-performing schools. And those are the only conditions under the laws and regulations under which the superintendent may recommend something other than non-renewal. Is that correct?
That's correct. Well, attending a lower performing school is one. It could also be an alternative school or a turnaround
Correct,
school. but
yes, yeah.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I always believe in being totally fair with these things, so I want to ask something, because what you just read was the requirements for a renewal, which is not necessarily the same thing for an extension, is that?
Right, and I can go over extension as well if you would like for me to.
I think it probably would be appropriate to do that, but is that the pleasure of the board?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, please.
Okay, so so again, according to 173992, every charter school is approved for an initial term of 4 years, which may be extended for a maximum of 5 years. Upon completion of that 4th year of operation, there's a review of the school's performance. And again, BESE policy in Bulletin 126 outlines the requirements that a school must achieve in order to earn an extension. It's got to meet or approve financial performance expectations and not be in the dialogue category of fiscal risk. Have no violations of legal or contractual obligations, and earn a D letter grade or higher for non-alternative and non-turnaround schools. For turnaround schools, they must be at least 15 points of growth from the pre-assessment index, and for alternative schools, they have to meet the standards in their BESE-approved alternative framework. If the charter meets the requirements outlined in Bulletin 126, the BESE policy, BESE shall grant an extension only through its 5th year of obligation. After that, then that's when you get into the renewal. The extension is just for that 5th year of the initial 5-year term. If a charter school does not meet the requirements outlined in policy, BESE may, at the superintendent's recommendation, grant a probationary extension, or may allow the school to, the charter to expire at the end of the school's 4th year of operation. If BESE grants a charter school, to a charter school that fails to meet the standards, if they grant them a probationary extension, the school must comply with the conditions or other required actions as set forth in the superintendent's recommendation in order to be ineligible for renewal the following year. So you can grant, so if they don't meet the requirements, BESE may, upon the superintendent's recommendation, grant that 5th year of operation, but then in order to be eligible for renewal the following year, they have to have met all the requirements in the.
Okay, are you quoting law there or BESE policy?
It's both. It's 173992 is the law, and then BESE, the law says basically the same thing.
Okay, well, let me cut it short a little bit.
Okay.
Does it say in the law that the extension is contingent upon the superintendent's recommendation? Because I think board may have the ability to make an exception to their own policy if it's not in the law. So is it in the law that on an extension that it requires the superintendent's? And I'm not advocating that, by the way. I want the board to.
Right. What the law said. Right. The law requires that the charter meet the requirements for extension, and then allows BESE to make policy. BESE has made that policy, which once promulgated has the force and effect of law. So unless there's an exception in the policy, it can't be waived unless the policy itself provides for an exception.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to ask Superintendent that you keep her available to us throughout the discussion.
Yeah, so Joan, if you'll be available for the duration of the discussion, thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Garrett.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Hunt, before you leave, if you don't mind, I do have some questions. For years, I've been asking about whether or not BESE can waive its own policy or not waive its own policy. If I heard you right, what you're saying today is that we cannot waive our own policy unless the policy itself contains a phrase such as contains a statement that BESE can waive that particular policy?
Right, or if it says at BESE's discretion or something like that, because as you know, once rules are promulgated in accordance with the APA, they have the force and effect of law. So you can't just waive law without there being a waiver provision.
There's I don't know if you would say a common misunderstanding or a common understanding. Throughout the years that I've been on BESE, it's been generally accepted that BESE can waive any of its policies, regardless of whether it contains a phrase that says at BESE's discretion in the policy itself. You're saying that that understanding is incorrect? Or
That-
that,
I
that,
agree with you,
that
Bessie,
tradition
yes.
that we followed was
That
incorrect?
that has been a BESE tradition. I think strictly legally speaking, that unless there's that waiver language in there, that it's, regulations can't be waived. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I agree that has been something that BESE has done through the years. I think from a strictly legal standpoint, unless there's waiver language in the policy, that it can't be waived.
And if Bessie were to, well, let me back up. Does this policy contain a phrase that says something like at Bessie's discretion or
No,
can be
it doesn't.
waived?
It says that BESE may upon the recommendation of the superintendent. So it conditions it upon the superintendent's recommendation.
So your opinion is that we could not waive this particular policy?
That's correct.
If we were to waive this particular policy, how would the violation of the law, as you're interpreting it, be enforced?
I guess someone could bring suit, or perhaps ask for a declaratory judgment.
And who would have standing to bring that kind of a suit?
Would the charter school, the chartering group themselves, I would think. If they felt they
The
had
local school district?
I think not, but that, of course, would be for a court to decide.
Would an individual board member
A board member on the losing side of the
on the
vote?
losing side? Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
I think not.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, now that we're totally confused, we'll try to move on and further confuse us a little bit. All right, I believe I called McDonough 42, and did I get I did get a motion and a second to approve the superintendent's recommendation of non-renewal. Do I have any discussion? I don't believe I have any comment. Is there anyone that has a comment card? By the way, I noticed some people with comment cards. The only way that comment card does you any good is if you turn it in at this table up here. And it has to be specific to the item that's on the agenda under discussion at the moment. So if you plan on speaking, be sure you turn your card in. And you, sir, are?
Jim Swanson, I'm the chairman of the Choice Foundation.
Okay, do we have a card for you? Yeah, you're with McDonough?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sit down, please. Okay, we got it. And folks, please, if you fill out one of these cards, tell us which school you're concerned about. We're trying to wade through these, and I'm not criticizing you here. We're just now making this announcement, but we're trying to figure out with the stack of cards we got here, which we have 50 cards, so we're trying to figure out who's with what. James Swanson with Choice Foundation, and your school of concern is McDonough 42?
Yes, sir.
These are done. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Would you go ahead and say that for the record?
Yes, I'm Jim Swanson. I'm the chairman of the Choice Foundation. We operate 3 schools currently. One of those is McDonough 42. I wanted to come here today to address the board regarding our performance at McDonough 42. We are we have been a charter organization since right after Katrina. We've learned, I think, over time from the School of Hard Knocks. We started out with Lafayette Academy. Lafayette was one of the very first charter schools. We opened it as a K-8 school. It currently has over 1,000 students. It started out with an SPS score of 32, and last year it reached the SPS score of 80. It has been one of the good success stories in Orleans Parish. We also operate a school called Esperanza. Esperanza was a failing school. We were asked by the RSD to take the school over, and we have brought that school from an SPS of 47 to last year where it reached an SPS of 89. It is a school that has more than 50% of the students are non-English speaking students. We were also asked to take over McDonough 42, and last year our performance at McDonough 42 on the high stakes testing was poor. We acknowledged that it was poor, and we were disappointed that it was poor. We're here to let the board know and understand that we believe in accountability, and we believe that the standards need to be objective standards and that they should be applied consistently. However, we do believe that the particular standard involved with respect to McDonough 42 is a standard that really needs to be reconsidered by this board. McDonough 42 was a school that is in the Tremaine neighborhood. It's quite a difficult neighborhood. When we got the school, it was in quite bad shape. It was the part of a renovation program. So after the first year, the school was moved to the Desire housing site, and we operated the school several miles away from our original location in temporary trailers for 2 years. And then last year we moved back to our campus, which was a very, very nice and desirable campus. We had a problem last year in that our head of school left in the middle of the year and ended up recruiting 7 of our testing grade teachers to go with her to a different charter management organization. And we believe that that's the reason that our 4th year performance was really quite poor. We don't think it's indicative of our performance at the school. We went from starting out in the 30s to a 60 SPS score in the 3rd year, and it's just the anomalous situation that the kind of perfect storm of difficult problems and headwinds occurred in our 4th year that has put us in the position where we did not meet the requirement, which we missed by 1.5 points. So we asked that the board reconsider the criteria that are using to evaluate the schools. We believe, on balance, our body of work is very good, and that we would be the best people to continue to operate McDonough 42. And I wanted to thank the board and answer any questions that you might
Do
have.
any board members have a question they'd like to ask Mr. Swanson?
Yes, sir. I probably have this in my material, but what criteria did you not meet?
We didn't meet the testing criteria.
The testing.
Where our testing last year was quite poor, much poorer than it had been in the prior years. And obviously, there should be objective tests and objective criteria. Mm-hmm. The question is, should it be just the 4th year criteria, or should it maybe be a rolling average over time or something? Or should there be a measure of discretion for the superintendent to say, these guys are running a good operation, because we are running a good operation, and we will, if we had the opportunity, we would turn the school around like we've turned the other 2 schools that we operate around. I really firmly believe that.
I'm interested in the loss of staff, the leadership, and the
Yes.
6 people. Do you feel like that has a great impact on the testing?
I think that had a tremendous impact on our testing,
Okay.
because most of that happened in the 2nd semester. It takes a lot of work to get the students ready for those tests.
Right.
We lost the continuity, especially in the testing grades. They were all testing grade teachers, and it just made it very difficult for us to perform up to the capabilities of the students. I think we failed the students by allowing that to happen, although I'm not sure what we could have done to have prevented it.
Right. Your replacement for the people who left. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we replaced them, but it's very difficult to replace teachers mid-year and get them to understand what exactly we're trying to do. Mm-hmm. Our program is a program where we build incrementally year upon year. We try and build a great cohesive team. That takes a little bit of time to put in place. This was a one-time anomalous situation, we believe, and I'm confident that given the opportunity, given a year extension, we could demonstrate that that was an anomaly. But I'm not sure that the criteria allow the board to make that decision.
Thank you.
Any other board members with a question or comment?
I'd like to make a comment.
Okay.
I'm not sure what to do about this situation, but I agree that this is a tough situation. You have an excellent operator. 2 other schools that they're operating are doing extremely well. They've run into an unusual situation in this one instance. And I'm not sure what to do about it. But I do think that taking a look at the policy, reviewing the policy, at the very least would be in order, and I would suggest that we do that.
All right.
I would agree with that. If we could
And we can
get that
maybe-
down as a motion or just
Between now
remember
and the
that we
next,
want to do
I think
that.
we can get it onto the agenda in a upcoming meeting.
And certainly, if I understand the law and our policy, if the superintendent had chosen to recommend a renewal, we could have done that. Is that accurate, Ms. Hunt? Am I correct on that? Yeah, I say if the superintendent in his analysis had just chosen to recommend a renewal based on some extenuating factors, he could have done that? Okay, so I asked that question because I may want to ask you, John, what drove you to make the decision not to recommend?
Well, the rules are very clear as to when a school shall be recommended for renewal and when it shall not, and if there are any conditions that permit an exception. None of the conditions that meet an exception are satisfied here, and therefore I do not believe that either I or the board has any discretion over this matter.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you. Do we have any other, Ms. Boche?
Just a comment. I'm familiar with I guess your CEO or whatever, and have a great deal of respect for him and the schools that you do operate. I think, though, that, we have the policy which we have to follow. I don't think we have really any discretion in this particular item. I would not mind revisiting that policy at some point in the future, but at this point, I think that we've got to follow the policy as written, as we have.
All right, any other questions? Let me note for the record that Ms. Jones Orange Jones has joined us now, so make sure she's in our count. All right, I'll take care of that.
Let me just say that I did send a letter yesterday to all of the board members. I hope you all received it.
Yes.
That makes more specific my comments here today.
Right. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Being no further discussion, is there any opposition to the motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation?
Let me just ask again, under these circumstances, John, you have recommended not approving, and we, by law, are bound to do the same thing. Is that correct?
I believe the law binds the board to not renewing a school where the board's criteria have not been met, and the board's criteria have not been met.
Thank you. Once again, I'm calling the question, is there any objection to the motion? Hearing done, the superintendent's recommendation is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, now, we have a lot of people standing in the back of the room, and we're selling chairs up here in the front for $1 a piece.
And what we're going to use
And
that for is...
we're letting you take them on credit, so we would strongly encourage anyone that's standing in the back to come find a seat. Would also point out that the fire marshal has a limit, and I don't know what it is, but at some point, if it gets too crowded, I'm sure what is it? 280 is our room limit. So, having said that, we have another room available where this is being live streamed that you can go down to and sit down in comfort and come down here only when you wish to speak or whatever. And that's room 155. So room 155 down the hall does have live streaming going on, and you're certainly welcome to view it from there and to come back in here as you feel appropriate. All right. Now, got rid of all the... Okay. A lot of housekeeping here. Okay, the next school that is under consideration is Milestone Academy, and the superintendent's recommendation is a non-renewal. And I need a motion from a board member.
So moved.
Mr. Davis moves. Do I have a second? Ms. Holloway seconds. All right, and I do have a card or two here. All these? Got a whole bunch of cards. You'll be limited if you represent the organization. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you are an individual, you'll have 2. Is that right? That's not how we do it. 5 and 3. Never mind. I was planning on going home today, but 5 and 3 will work. Okay, so if For organizations, you get 5. For individuals, you get 3. The first I'm calling Joshua Allen, Tammy Fields, and I know I'm going to, Alicia Isidore. Is that, okay, and, well, we got 4 seats at the table. Let me get one more. Is that Sandra Jasper? Savina Jasper? Savina? Sit down, please. Okay, as each of you speaks, please state your name for the record.
Here, just make an announcement that you come down when your name is called.
Yeah, for all, and I apologize, I should have said that before. For the rest of you that are coming, come down when your name is called so that we know you're there, okay? All right, who's speaking first?
Sir, if you don't mind, I'm Joshua Allen's mother, and so I'm going to stand behind him.
No, we can't have that.
Is that okay?
I'm kidding.
He doesn't like it at all.
Is she going to pinch you if you don't say the right
Look at
thing?
his face.
Okay, all right. Well, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to let him go first. How's that? And then your mom can take you outside and straighten you out. Okay. All right. Here we go. State your name and who you're representing, please.
My name is Joshua.
Pull that mic real close to you.
My name is Joshua Allen, and I'm representing Milestone Academy.
Okay.
So I have created a petition stating we, the students of Milestone Academy, are signing this petition to show our objection to any considerations of and or movements toward the closure of our school. We have a good learning environment and an efficient, well-trained staff. And I have over 100 signatures.
Did you write that petition?
Yes. And I've got
Are you going to be a lawyer? I figured that. All right.
With the help of not closing our school, I'm sure we're setting him up on that path.
Oh, okay. All right, great. Any board members have a question of this young man? No? Well, I will tell you, sir, that no matter how it comes out, I applaud you for taking the time and to come today and the courage to come sit at the table and look at all the folks that are looking back at you. So good luck and thank you. Okay, you can step away if you'd like. All right, which one of the rest of you is now going to speak? Tammy Fields, all right.
I am the grades 3 through 5 department head for Milestone Academy.
Okay.
I'm relatively new to Milestone Academy, and I would like to support the renewal of Milestone Academy's charter because I want everyone to understand that the milestone that exists in 2016, 2017 is not the Milestone Academy of the past. It's a totally new school. We view ourselves as a turnaround as well as a transformation school. We have transformed the school from top to bottom. We looked at the transformation model as we were making changes to the school. We looked at the strategies for transformation, which the first thing we did was our actual milestone board replaced the principal, gave us a new principal, and then it went about through the principal, increasing our teacher and school leader effectiveness. Milestone's board hired Mrs. Savina Jasper, and she recruited highly qualified CAP-trained teachers as department heads for grades K through 2, 3 through 5, and 6 through 8. As a result of that, our teachers are getting ongoing professional development in best practices in education. The second transformation strategy that was applied to our school is to institute comprehensive instructional reforms. As a team, we mapped out Milestone's new curriculum based on the Louisiana student standards. We adopted Guidebook 2.0 as our ELA curriculum and Eureka Math as our math curriculum based on state recommendations. We also incorporated additional instructional resources to help struggling students. We adopted iReady reading, math, and intervention program. We also adopted Achievement Network, and now we're working with Eagle 2.0. As a result of our changes, we had a change in our staff. Our school has less than 30% of the original staff. So we basically have a new staff working at Milestone this school year. So was to provide operational flexibility and sustained support. We made sure through our PTO
Excuse
that...
me, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Your time is up. Would you?
My time is up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. You can give a concluding statement if you'd like.
Well, in conclusion, what I'd like to say is that we're putting in a lot of hard work, and at this time, we just need time. We're working at a turnaround status. We're transforming the school, but we need time to show that we can have substantial student academic improvement.
Thank you. All right, who's next?
My name is Savina Jasper. I am the principal of Milestone Academy. And I just want to first say that my department head did a very good job explaining the turnaround that has taken place at Milestone Academy. This speech that I'm giving you guys is very emotional for me. Being that I've had over 16 years of experience in education, I'm a true educator, and what I mean by that, I chose this profession from birth and up. And it has been a very journey, a long journey at Milestone, and I am pleased to let you guys know we have turned the school around in a short period of time. One thing that as a leader coming in, I wanted to institute the family-oriented kids first model. But before I could do it, I had to make sure we had a team of teachers, faculty, and staff, along with the board and the CEO that was invested in that. One thing that I know as a leader coming in, we had to make sure our instruction was rigorous. And not only that, incorporate best teacher practices. But in order for student growth to take place, I had to invest in the teachers. And that's part of the reason we turned around and got the highly qualified people there, including my leadership team. One other thing that we had to incorporate is getting the parental involvement high. This year, we have gotten, I would say, over 50% of new parents coming in. And the emotional part for our parents is that they finally found a home in Milestone. They have been to other different charter schools, but something was unique about Milestone. That is why they're with us. So one thing is we had made sure that we had to cater to our parents so that they know we put their kids first. The other thing, like she also addressed, was professional development and training. That was a must. If we want to see student growth, we have to make sure our teachers are getting the best thing that they need. And so what I'm asking today is that you provide me the opportunity to continue what we have started. Closing Milestone is not the answer. And not only that, think of our kids. We don't want to keep putting them through the system of charter school after charter school, charter school. Milestone is Milestone is providing a high quality education, and we're invested in our kids.
Thank you. All right, who's next?
My name is Alacia Isidore, and I'm a seventh grader representing Milestone Academy. I was going to say to you that Milestone Academy, I've been there since I was in third grade, and that school, it means a lot to me, and I feel that teachers, they really care for the students, and they provide us with so much, and they help us, and so they're raising us to become engineers, mathematicians, etc. They really care for us, and they want us to succeed in life. I really think that you should really renew our school, because I've been there since third grade, and they're like my second home. I really believe that Milestone is an amazing school, and I don't know what I would do if they closed. I don't know what other school I could go to.
Thank you. And thank you for having the courage to come down today. All right, who's next?
My name is Daron Mosley.
Oh, wait, we don't have a card on you. Did you fill out one of these cards? What is your name?
His name is Daron Wilson.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to do that. Okay, while we're getting a card filled out on him, Would Alex Banks, Aaliyah Bell, and Talia Thompson please also come down and join the table? We'll call you down when we're ready for you to come. So, okay. But we're going to take care of this young man while he's there. All right, you go ahead and speak, sir. She can fill the card out for you.
Milestone is a great school with the most amazing teachers. They teach me and I learn. With them teaching me, I know I will succeed in life. They make me a good person. They push me to succeed in school. They are my perfect role models, very good at what they do. That's why you should keep Milestone open. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. All right, yes, sir.
Good morning and respect to the board and all of you who are present here today. My name is Alex Banks and I am an ELA teacher at Milestone Academy. I am with the school for 1 year. Adding to all of the initiatives that were stated by my colleague, we have brought in a host of outreach programs. One is TRIO that I'm wearing today, and we know the history of TRIO from 1964. Linda Johnson wrapping around first-generation low-income students. Also, we have brought into Milestone the LSU mentoring program, which is doing outstanding things with our kids, along with the U.S. Department Robotics. So I'm just laying the groundwork to you that we're not just dealing out of emotions, we're dealing out of data. Data that could support that we are a turnaround school. And I'm calling on you to answer the call to first-generation low-income students in a city that is already in turmoil with trying to get a school system solid. Let that resonate with you for a minute. This is not about just instruments that we use to measure education. It's about a culture. Milestone is addressing a culture. I had 5 students become a part of UNO Upward Bound program, flew to California this summer, and I talked to them on the phone last night to just get testimonies. And they say, you know, Mr. Banks, we went out from Milestone knowing how to develop a thesis statement, a 3-5 essay. Our science scores, we are now able to go into honor science classes and math classes because of Milestone. Our CEO, Ms. Robichaud, is going over and beyond to make sure that not only the marketing of this project is about the dollars, it's about the hearts and families of kids in a community. We are the heartbeat of New Orleans, Milestone. We take, being a type 2, we take kids that other people say no to. We take them and raise them up and tell them, you can rise. You can be who you want to be. Our career fair, I brought in over 40 vendors, high school, worker work. We have partnership with the FBI. We say we want to turn things around. Do we really want to? Yes, you do, by approving Milestone as a turnaround school. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Did Aaliyah Bell or Talia Thompson come down? You're Talia?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Talia Thompson, and this is very emotional for me. My daughter has been to 2 schools, and this is her 3rd school. The 3rd school is a charm. Milestone Academy. The 2 schools that she previously attended, they said that she would never be able to read. Since she's been at Milestone, she has been taught to read. I'm begging you to please keep this school open because they're doing a wonderful job. The teachers there are tremendous. Excuse me. I just ask you, please give this school another chance. They go beyond and above for the kids. Again, like I said, it was told to me that she would never be able to read. She's reading on a 3rd grade level now, and she'll be 12 years old in January. Again, like I said, please reconsider, because she's doing well. She's not separated from other kids due to her developmental delays.
We're certainly sympathetic. Don't worry about that.
I want my school to be open.
Thank you. All right. Are you Elia Bell? Okay. Elia, just a second before you begin to speak. Would Lakeisha Robichaux, Dion Butler, and Heavenly Joseph please come down to the table to be next? All right, Elia, please tell us.
Ms. Bell.
My name
Ms.
is
Bell.
Pull
the microphone really, really close and speak up as loud as you can.
My name is Aaliyah Bell. It's my first year attending Milestone Academy. It's truly heartbreaking to find out the school has been threatened to close down. Milestone has really helped us and tried to help us to our full potential. Last year, Milestone was a C school. This year, things has really changed. Just how our school can go up. We can push to our full attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. And who is next? Who is that young lady right there?
Heavenly.
Heavenly? That would be Heavenly Joseph?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
All right.
I want my school to stay open because it is fun and it helps me learn, and everything I know how to spell, how to do math and all that stuff. That's how I learn, and I want it to stay open because it's my favorite school, and I never changed schools, so I've been there since kindergarten.
Thank you. And I know why your parents named you Heavenly. All right, who's next, please?
Lakeisha Robichaux, but I'm going to wait to be delayed into the organization. I'm going to speak on behalf of the organization.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you were going to do.
Wait to speak on behalf of the organization.
Oh, the organization.
Okay, you're going to speak. I told him I thought that. Yeah, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dion Butler, and I am a school operations specialist for Milestone Academy. And I would like to speak to you on behalf of Milestone in keeping the school open. Milestone Academy, when I was brought on, it's a family. And in order to be successful in any school, I think you need to have a family. I'm a product of public schools. I stayed in the state and went to Southern University. I believe in giving back to the community. I believe in giving back to the kids. Milestone is like a village. It takes a village to raise a child. And you have to be invested wholly. You can't just be invested partially. And our kids are high risk, low income. Some don't eat. Some come to the school hungry, no uniforms. And at Milestone, we look at the whole picture, not just part of the picture. Because you have to be totally invested. I'm sorry. In the kids. And you can't just go in there half-heartedly. We have teachers that are totally invested in the students at Milestone. So I'm asking, so please keep the school open. Sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. Would Maureen Joseph, this is the board president, this will be a 5-minute also? Okay, I'm going to save Maureen Joseph and Lakeisha Robichaux to the last, okay, because you're the organization. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call all 4 of y'all down. Jay Brown and Clozelle Smith and Maureen Joseph and Lakeisha Robichaux, and I'm going to ask Ms. Joseph and Ms. Robichaux to be the last 2 speakers. All right, are we missing one, or is that all? Oh, this is the 4th. Okay. Which one, you want to speak first, sir? Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Clozelle Smith, and I'm the PTO president at Milestone Academy, and I'm just here to represent the parents and the students. My son has been going there for 8 years. This will be his last year. I don't see the teachers as teachers. I see them as family.
Pull your mic a little closer.
Sorry. I don't see the teachers as teachers. I see them as family. My son loves them. I love the school. That's why, of course, he's been going there 8 years. This being his last year, but I still want other students to get a chance to be able to experience what my son has the last 8 years, but not only learning, but loving, getting love from his teachers. And Milestone is definitely like a family, so I would hate to see it close. I would oppose it, and I would hope they would give them another chance to turn it around because everybody loves their school.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any board members have any questions? Okay. Who's next?
Good morning. I'm Lakeisha Robichaux, CEO with Milestone Academy. I know that you have heard from our parents and our students and our staff this morning, and you can see how passionate they are about the renewal of our school. This morning we are asking that you agree to renew our school, as we do not want to see it go away. As you've heard said, that this is the new Milestone Academy. Yes, there's been a Milestone Academy in the past. However, we are recreating and transforming the new Milestone Academy to move in a high-quality, high-performing, progressive way. As it has been said, the board has hired new leadership, new management. We've restructured the organization. We recently, just last year, moved into a new building where we have a 13-year lease on the facility. We've also hired new staff, put new development, curriculum, program, and resources in place. We spent a large amount of funding that goes into our students. Everything that we do goes back into the student. Last year, if we were in this place and we were coming before you, we would be eligible for renewal. We will be hearing that because we were a C. This year, according to the SBS scores, we are a D, based on the grading scale. Just last year, we did move into a new school where we were in Jefferson, but we moved to Orleans Parish. Unfortunately, with that move, that created an influx or a change in our students because of the traffic transportation concerns. And so we did, of course, enroll and develop and get our kids where they needed to be for this school year, but it impacted our score. So with that being said, in order to ensure accurate and sustainable academic growth, that does take time, but we are well on our way there. It definitely doesn't happen overnight, but as you can see, we put the infrastructure in place to make sure that we get to where we need to be. And we are delivering high quality, high performing academic to our kids. So we are requesting sincerely that you renew our charter. I'm hoping that by now you probably received letters and postcards from our parents, our community stakeholders, our staff, our some of our partnerships that we've had, because they want to see us remain open. We have filed an appeal because we do have concerns regarding the data that was released in regards to our SPS and progression points, and so we don't want any immature decisions made around that. So with that being said, please, if you can look at the information that you have received and think about the comments and the feedback that you've heard this morning in regards to the new milestone. The new milestone is what I am asking that you consider or reconsider. I know that some of you have actually visited our school, and you can see the change and the progress that we have made. Everyone from our board to the custodians in our building, we are committed to seeing milestone progress and it being the high-performing, high-quality school that it is. Thank you.
Maureen Joseph, Board President. So I speak to you last, thankfully, because I'd like to talk about this, not just from the passion in which the individuals who we have hired as innovators to represent our school and to teach children. I'm also the mother of one of these children. So the son that was here who put the petition together, that is my son, and no, I had no input in that. I learned about the petition as you did. I'm raising an advocate, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of those experiential experiences that are making him a well-rounded student. The nurturing he's receiving at Milestone. As a parent, I've had him there since first grade. And so then I'm saying that as a parent. Now I want to speak to you as a board member. I want to speak from board member to board member. I wanted you to think about, from a board standpoint, guys, that organizationally, when we look at these studies, we look at some of the things that have happened in education for the last 10 years. We're having a conversation about accountability as if one test holds a whole school accountable and speaks to all of the things that these children have spoken about today. And so when we look at that data, let's take that same data and take the names of the schools off the data. And for over the last 10 years, we've been using one model and one approach, accountability, school closures, and you look at that data and it is not shifted in regard to our most vulnerable, at-risk students. Nothing's changing. The gap is not closing. If anything, the gap is widening. And so based on that, we're telling you that we have done our part. We have fired who we needed to fire. We have gotten rid of for-profit management organizations so that the board can be nimble and responsive to the community. Now, we need now for us not to keep having a conversation once a year about a gap not being closed because we close schools. We're not closing gaps. What we're doing is watching gaps increase because there's a lot involved with our most vulnerable population. And I'm using cute words. Vulnerable population, at-risk children. We're talking about poor children that when we look at that we've been closing schools for 10 years, we're not closing the gap in their achievement. And so then what we need, because we're showing up on our end, is help from the Department of Education and this team to put the kind of resources in to move those numbers, because nothing we've been doing in this accountability model that focuses on one item only has made that shift. So then today we ask you to consider this because you're now wanting to say yes to something that we know does not change statistical outcomes. And so then why are we pressing forward under the name of policy that clearly is not good policy, which is why you, the same board, will in the next few months be looking at amendments that our superintendent has put forth that acknowledges that there should be more things taken into consideration. Yet today, in December, we're making decisions that's going to look like they've looked for 10 years, and we're going to keep getting results like we've gotten. So when is it on that side of the diocese that you want to do something different? That's what I ask as a citizen, as a mother, and as a board president. Thank you. I know that the work you do is hard. We have 700,000 children. So this speech is not just about Milestone. It's about those children who we have other labels for that are poor. Those are the children that we represent. Those are the children as a community volunteer that I come and spend countless amounts of hours to figure out, hopefully in partnership with you going forward, how we're going to make a difference in their lives. Thank you. I appreciate your hearing.
Right, that concludes the. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I have just one brief comment. I'm Mike Higgins. I'm the attorney for Milestone Academy.
Do you have a card in, sir?
I don't believe I turned in a card. I wanted to clarify.
I called you earlier. Okay.
Ms. Robichaud mentioned that she filed an appeal. That's a Bulletin 111 appeal of the score. And that the actual filing for the appeal is not until December 14th. I would just suggest that it's premature to make a decision until that appeal has been resolved within the department.
Well, I think the board always has the ability to reconsider, so I don't find that to be appropriate. I think we need to deal with the issue today, and then if something causes us to have to re-deal with it, we can certainly do that. It's not something like the school would be closed down today or tomorrow, so it's, we'll take a look at that. If your appeal is upheld, then we can go back and relook at our thing. Okay, are there any board members who have a question about anything at this point? All right, hearing none, the question is called. Is there any objection to the motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation? Hearing none, superintendent's recommendation is approved. I'm going to take about a, well, I guess, yeah, we'll go ahead and do one more. That'll be the last. All right, we'll do Linwood next, please. And the superintendent's recommendation, oh yeah, that's right. The superintendent's recommendation on Linwood is to defer to January 2017. And
Chairman, I'd make a motion to carry the recommendation to defer to January 17.
Great. Tony Davis makes the motion, and Thomas Rock makes the second. Do we have any discussion among the board? Sure.
Mr. Chairman, this school has not met the terms for renewal. If there were not extenuating circumstances, I would not recommend under the law a renewal. However, there may be extenuating circumstances. This school is in a region of Shreveport that is surrounded by a large number of F-rated public schools in the vicinity. The zip code analysis that we've done and the discussions that we've had with Caddo Parish have not so far yielded a reasonable guarantee that the children would attend a school that is even on this school's level. I say that to you quite regretfully, because what that means is that these students truly are consigned to neighborhoods in which the schools are exclusively F-rated schools. There are not other charter schools. There are not a predominance of non-public school choices that are available to those who can't pay tuition. So this is a unique and troubling situation. I spoke with Superintendent Goree yesterday, whom I consider a great partner and respect greatly. He did not express great optimism, but said that we should continue the dialogue regarding any guarantee that that can be found to place these children in higher performing schools. I will finalize my discussions with the superintendent prior to our January meeting, and if you defer today, we'll bring a conclusion that corresponds with the law to that meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I don't believe we have any cards on that one. What is the pleasure of the board? We have a motion on the floor to approve the superintendent's recommendation to defer. Do we have any objection? I'm sorry, Mr. You move, okay. I think we already have that move on the floor. Hearing no objection to the motion, motion carries. And now we can take about, let's take about 10 minutes, and that'll give you all time to shuffle chairs and us to get back. Okay, we're ready to start again. Next item, please.
Still in item 2.1, the department recommendation 2 is to approve the charter extension recommendations as outlined.
All right. I'm going to try to speed up again in the interest of time, as we did on previous. There are 6 on here that I think are probably fairly routine, so I'm going to ask for a motion in globo to approve the superintendent's recommendation on those. That would be Crocker College Prep, Mildred Osborne Charter, Paul Habens Elementary, Renew Schaumburg Elementary, Delta Charter, and Tallulah Charter. I'm going to ask for a motion in globo unless the board has some objection. So Mr. Rock moves, and Mr. Davis is a second. Okay, I'll get you the name. All right. Is there any board discussion before we start this, or are we good to go? All right. I don't.
With your recommendation.
Is there any objection to the motion before the board? Hearing none, that is approved. Those schools are adopted in accordance with the superintendent's recommendation. The next one is Louisiana Key Academy. And the superintendent's recommendation, is for a probationary extension, is that right? Okay. So can I get a motion from the board to, okay, moved by Mrs. Edmondson and seconded by Mr. Gardner.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm not seconding that.
You're not seconding that? It's too late. You're on record as having seconded. I'm kidding, okay. Ms. Holloway, I understand. I believe you're willing to second that for me. Is that right? Thank you. All right. Do we have? All right, yeah, go ahead. I'll recognize Superintendent.
Chairman.
Did it get a second?
Yes, it did. Lady sitting right beside you.
On this side?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't second it? Oh, okay. Now I'm totally confused. No, I need my glasses changed out of my ears. All right, okay. Do I not have a second for that motion?
I'll second for purposes of discussion.
Make up your mind. Are you seconding or not?
I'll second it. Now we have a motion on the floor.
Now we have a motion on the floor.
Now it would be timely to offer a substitute motion?
Let's let him.
No, can't hear you.
Oh, excuse me, before you do that, I've been asked by members of the audience, board members, to please be sure that you speak into the mic, but they're having trouble hearing us. Okay, now it's on.
Thank you. I'm going to just review what Ms. Hunt said earlier about extensions. With a year left in a charter school's initial contract, you are obligated under the law. You must review whether a school has met terms that you as a board have established for extension. My obligation is to bring you a recommendation as to whether or not schools have met those criteria. So I will first tell you on each of these today, has the school met the criteria? Under the law, I may also bring you a recommendation for granting a probationary extension. And there are not specific criteria spelled out as to when I am able to do that. So thus what I have done is to use the same criteria the law establishes for renewal to recommend or to not recommend a probationary extension. Meaning, if it is an alternative school with an alternative framework, if the children would go to otherwise low-performing schools. In this case, and I will do this with every one of these, Louisiana Key has not met the criteria for for extension. However, it is a school that serves an alternative population, exclusively of students with dyslexia. Therefore, my recommendation is a probationary recommendation contingent upon them administering the state assessment, which they have not done in the past, and contingent upon adoption of an alternative framework that allows you in future years to review their school according to the true mission of the school. I understand that some of you are interested in a deeper discussion of those matters. And given that this is a particularly complicated issue and not a cut and dry issue under the law and not a cut and dry academic issue, I want you to know that if there is, as Mr. Garvey indicated, a substitute motion, I will not argue against that. I understand in this case, given the complexity of it, how it is not a cut and dry issue under the law or academically, how you may desire more time to discuss it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, now the chair will accept a substitute motion from either one of the two people I thought were.
That's okay. Can you hear me? Thank you, Dr. Jones. I am requesting that the board defer this item until January 17. And the reason being is that I feel that the framework, the alternative framework for Louisiana Key needs to be complete and clear. And it also needs to be agreed upon between the DOE and Louisiana Key prior to an approval of the probationary extension And so in saying that, not only is Louisiana Key considered as will be considered as an alternative framework, but there is another charter school who serves dyslexia students as well as you do. And I do want to applaud you for your work with your dyslexia students. And I know that those students and especially parents appreciate that. And as well as the other dyslexia charter school that needs a framework that has not been completed, I am asking that both frameworks be completed with a clear, concise picture of where we're taking these students to the next level prior to, especially Louisiana Key, that needs to have an approval on their extension, probationary extension, whereas the other charter school isn't in need of that, but they do need a framework.
All right, and you're offering that as a motion?
I am.
Okay, and I assume Mr. Garvey, you wish to say
January
that?
24th. Oh, I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Meeting will
Enough
begin.
questions surrounding this school that I think we need to get answers to those questions. And I think we can do that in the next 30
Okay.
days.
Let me see if I can recap your motion correctly. Your motion is to defer action on this item until the January 24th meeting, contingent upon the development of a framework, an alternative framework that would apply to both Max Charter, I believe is the other charter, and to
Louisiana Key.
Louisiana Key Academy. Is that
That is correct.
succinctly said?
Prior
Okay.
to approving a probationary extension.
Okay,
Absolutely,
and
for Louisiana Key.
Mr. Garvey, my recap is satisfactory for you as far as your second goes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have any other discussion or any, okay, Ms. Voce?
I'm going to be in favor of the motion. Without muddying the water at this point, I've been in favor for years of alternative frameworks for alternative schools. These two particular schools serve a specific population of children with dyslexia. We have many alternative schools across the state who serve very high-risk students through with other criteria, and I would hope that as we look at our new accountability system under ESSA and look at criteria for alternative frameworks for all of our alternative schools in the state of Louisiana and recognize that they are serving much more difficult and vulnerable populations. So I would be in favor of this motion, and I would just ask our members to, in the future, that we look at the alternative schools separately if they are professedly serving alternative bodies of students.
Okay. Any other board members have a comment before I call the cards down to the table? All right, would Mr. Scott Richard, Mr. Brian Lejeune, and Mrs. Brenda Miera come to the table? Ms. Miera, you're not rep, okay. All right. Both of you have 5, and then you have 3 minutes, man. Go ahead, whichever one.
Good morning, Chairman Jones. I don't know if your microphones or your PA system is fully functional. I've been standing in the back, and it's been very hard to hear the dialogue today. Figured I'd use my 5 minutes to start out with that out the gate. Again, Scott Richard, Executive Director of the Louisiana School Boards Association. For those of us who've been education advocates for quite some time, to watch the process that is occurring today and that has occurred over the years, the process that this current BESE board, it's your initial trial by fire in dealing with the entire approval, extension, renewal process of charter schools. It continues to be a process that warrants more discussion, more examination, more transparency, more consistency. I've heard this morning several times that in a explanation of what the law requires you to do as elected officials and representatives of the people, that there's not any specific criteria, quote, provided in the law. Therefore, I'm going to recommend this. and this is not a direct criticism of anybody, of the state superintendent, it's a highlighting of the fact that based on what we've seen up to this point this morning and what we've seen over the years, that there's a need to revisit how this process works. There's a need. Ms. Holloway, Ms. Voce, kudos to you for raising those issues with the Max Charter School and the Key Academy as far as their special populations and their special considerations that need to be given, because it's a valid concern and has been for quite some time. I can recall a time in the application process for charter applicants where individual operators and applicants were prohibited and not allowed to contact individual BESE members to lobby for those applications, to lobby for those extensions, to lobby for those renewals because of the role you play in the approval process and the wide discretion BESE has in its ability to approve, disapprove, extend, or renew charter applications. And at the end of the day, your decisions affect thousands of students, thousands of parents, and the financial status of every school district and every charter school and the state fisc overall. These are serious decisions that are being made. Obviously, there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty as to the direction of education policy. There's a lot of unknowns as we move forward. The bigger picture here is that such major decisions are hinged or directly tied to the calculation of a school performance score or a school letter grade. And obviously it presents concerns for all of you in your deliberations. Otherwise we'd be moving through this agenda and would probably have adjourned by now. And this is not the first time we've seen this happen as stakeholders, to where it's a grueling process. People leave here with uncertainty and things are deferred to the following month and the following month. We have some opportunities as a state. We have opportunities as stakeholders in the education process to take a closer look at this entire process involving the approval, disapproval, renewal, extension of charter applications and how those contracts look and what those obligations contain. So there's clear transparency in how the process should move forward. We also have some opportunities to make some better decisions on how we grade schools or rate schools. And I would ask that you leave here today embracing those opportunities simply by virtue of the indecision and the uncertainty that we've seen this morning and that we've seen over the years in regards to the entire Charter Bulletin 126, tied to state legislation, tied to the bigger picture of how we all should be striving to provide the best educational opportunities for students, whether it be in a traditional public school, a specialized school like the Key Academy that serves a special population, or the Max Charter School, an alternative school, a virtual school, or any other type innovative learning experience that we should all be striving to provide for our students. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lejeune.
Ryan Lejeune, President of the Superintendent's Association for the state. I'm not going to go through 5 minutes of the same thing that Mr. Richard just said. Superintendents are in agreement. Ms. Voce voiced that concern earlier. I'm here to support that. This is an opportunity for us to understand that the laws are there and we must follow those laws as you are doing today. This gives us the opportunity as we go through development of the ESSA framework and doing the things that we have to do to get ready for what the future holds, to look at how we handle these situations and develop something that everybody can work with, and that is in the best interest of all of our students. And as superintendents, that's all we ask, that we move forward in doing that and take those opportunities to look at these and make those decisions so we don't have situations like this where you are locked into making decisions that you're not comfortable with. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and
I'm hoping that 3 minutes is enough. Maybe I can take some of his time.
Well, 3 is all we give you now.
I
But
understand.
be sure to introduce yourself too, please.
My name is Brenda Mayer. I am a parent of a child that goes to Louisiana Key Academy. We moved to Louisiana because of this school. I have done tireless research on dyslexia trying to help my son. I can tell you that after 25 years in the Navy, my husband retired as a commander. He got offers all over the United States. There's only 2 to 3 schools that offer free, tuition-free schools that you can go to and send your kids that have dyslexia. The challenge is these kids, even if you dismantle the school because it doesn't meet the criteria, it doesn't matter if they fall into an F school or an A school, they're not going to succeed. I have 2 third graders. One's in Zachary, which is an A, #1 rated again for this year, and I have another 3rd grader that goes to Louisiana Key Academy. They learn differently. I think the confusion is in people that don't educate themselves enough or think they know a lot about education, don't know enough about dyslexia, and I didn't either. It's not that they need more work. My son repeated 2nd grade 2 times. He had intervention at the toughest level, 4 times, 3 times a week pulled out. They wanted to hold him back another time. I went to the neuropsychologist. She said, absolutely not. Why are you going to put him in the same situation, learning the same way? He's not going to improve. His self-esteem was on the floor. He was having meltdowns. Teachers told me there's nothing else they can do, which I man a page right now, a community page. When conferences came around in Zachary, I helped a bunch of moms because they were told the same thing. You talk to a dyslexia parent, they're going to tell you the teacher said there's nothing else we can do. Of course, administration isn't in those meetings. So when the mother goes to take the child out, administration is like, well, they're showing improvement. Why? Because they don't want to lose those funds. And then you have to tell them, that's not what the teacher told me when you weren't here. They told me they can no longer help my child. So some parents have to help and push through and find schools like Louisiana Key Academy. We moved our whole life here, never been in Louisiana, for this school. There is a school in Jacksonville, Florida. It's called Grasp Academy. I think that it helps, even if cross-state collaboration, they're already ahead of you guys and dealt with everything that you're dealing with right now. So I would think it would be beautiful to have somebody reach out to them to get some ideas, because they may have already solved certain things that you're looking to solve. And that means everybody putting their pride to the side and remembering that this is for the kids, and ensuring that maybe there's some leeway that can be made, that there is testing or whatever metrics you want to use that are satisfactory to you. This place already dealt with that and handled that. I asked for my son. I ask you, because my son changed overnight when he started going to a school for dyslexia. His self-esteem went up. He stopped having meltdowns. He started to actually open up and talk. And he became a whole different boy.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I have one more comment card. Mrs. Caroline Romer, representing Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools.
Are we still in morning time? Is it morning?
Yeah, you can talk for 45 minutes and then we'll be at
right.
lunchtime.
Good morning. Caroline Romer, Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools. I felt compelled to come to the table after hearing Mr. Richard and Mr. Lejeune's testimony around the process. I have been running the association and part of the charter school movement in Louisiana for about 10 years now. And they are correct that this is a very difficult time for our membership to go through when it's time to really sit in front of you and talk about, did we keep our commitment and our promise to the students and to you as authorizers. I'd like to point out that Louisiana's charter school law is rated as one of the top charter schools in the law. And it's rated that way because of the accountability that we put into place and the transparency. You've also been recognized as an authorizer, as one of the top authorizers in the country. You are actually setting precedent when we are having these conversations about how to hold charter schools accountable and move students forward. So I disagree with the idea that this process is less than transparent, that it's less than rigorous. You are setting national precedent, as well as many of the school boards here in Louisiana are lifting your own policies and framework around charter schools and adopting them within their portfolios and their systems. So I actually applaud you on being willing to take politics out of this decision. The number one thing we must focus on is our good things happening for students in a school building. And charter schools, unlike traditional schools, face an accountability that includes non-renewal. I look forward to a day when we sit here and do that for all public schools and have them come up and answer to why they have or have not served students well. It is not my favorite day, but our membership knows that we will not come to the table with excuses. We will come to the table and talk to you about the challenges we have, where we don't believe the policy is serving students well, but we are not coming to this table with the excuse of more time or why we didn't get it done. What matters is, again, what's taking place in a building on behalf of students and the teachers there serving them. I appreciate the 10 years I've done this and watched you make really hard decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have one other card, Mr. Sean Fleming.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. I'd actually put my card for 2.2, but I think y'all are actually...
I changed it to 2.1.
Yeah, because I think
You're not coming
that
back on
issue.
2.2 now.
I'm not coming back.
Okay.
That's correct, sir. I'm Sean Fleming. I'm with the Developmental Disabilities Council. I'm also the father of a son with dyslexia. And the decision to consider alternative frameworks to rate different schools serving different kids, first off, it's illegal by federal law. I just want to make sure y'all are aware of that. And I think the reason for that, and I've said this before, but I want to maybe bring y'all a little further, is it sort of incentivizes segregation. And I was thinking about what the lady was saying earlier. I struggled when my son was going through school. I don't think it's appropriate for society to set up all these different systems to serve everybody's specific need, because I wonder what the vision is at the end of the game. I wonder what the vision is with not only the social networks, but even where we're supposed to live and where I'm supposed to transport all our kids. So if I have a kid with an orthopedic impairment, should I not expect that every school should be accessible to that student? And the answer is simply yes, that we should have universally designed schools. And I wonder if the message to administrators will be, your kid doesn't really belong here. There are places for kids like him. But the expectation is, if my accountability system doesn't really account for every student well and fairly, then why should I be held accountable to teach them? And I don't think that's the vision we all have for our society. But that is essentially, you have 3 minutes left, sorry, I won't use them all. But that is essentially the road we're going down when we start making decisions about all these separate accountability structures. So I do believe what Louisiana Key Academy and the Max Charter, and for that sake, all the schools that y'all are directly responsible for and have been for years, Louisiana Special Education Center, School for the Hearing, School for the Deaf, School of Vision Impaired, all those schools have Fs. And it's not necessarily because they don't serve students well, it's because our accountability system is biased. And I think all those schools, I'll agree with you on we should use that information and we should look at why it's not working for those students. But we shouldn't make different accountability structures. We should change our accountability structures so that it actually measures what is important to everyone. And whether they're actually teaching a student well in every school, in any school. Otherwise, the message will be, don't teach them here. There should be a place for them, or it's the responsibility of the parent. And that's what will come later. Is the responsibility of the parent to then move, or in my case, to transport my kid across parish lines if I should expect for them to get a good education. And I don't think that is what we vision. And so I would like for you to tweak what you do with that information in coming up with an accountability system that's universally designed for all learners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't believe we have any more public comments on this issue, and I would just note for the record that the audience, I think you've got a unique perspective today of the difficulty that BESE goes through in dealing with these issues. You saw a wide variety of different viewpoints on how things ought to be handled and so forth. So we struggle with this. It is very emotional to listen to folks come before you, but it's also very important for us as a group to do what we think to be in the long-term interest of the kids. May not be in the short-term interest of everyone, but we have to look at what's in the long-term interest. So at this point, I don't believe we have any more comments, public comments. Do we have any? I'm sorry. Yes, I'm going to go. Okay, so let's go back and recap real quickly here. We had an original motion to approve the superintendent's probationary extension, and then we had a substitute motion to defer action on this particular item until January, with the guidance to the Department of Education to develop a framework of appropriate evaluations for alternate type schools. And so that's where we are. I'm going to call the question, and we're going to vote on the substitute motion first. Now, this is a motion that would defer till January. Do we need to do a roll call on this, or is anyone okay? I don't. All right. So I hear no objection. Is that accurate? Okay, the motion carries. So that will be deferred till January. All right. Now, question. This next one. Oops. Okay. All right. All right. So the next one now will be Baton Rouge Charter Academy at Mid-City, and the superintendent's recommendation is a non-extension.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer I don't know if you would call it a substitute motion or just a regular motion. This item is similar, I would say, to the next item, North Shore Charter School, which is recommended for deferral. I think that the Mid-City is, I would say, ripe for deferral because there's a lot of questions about the sheet that was handed out.
Oh, we need to get a motion on the floor.
Yeah,
are you making a motion?
Yeah, my motion is to defer on both items 4 and 5, and I can speak as to why if it gets a second.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Repeat what you said, please,
The motion is to defer on both numbers 4 and 5 until January.
And we had a second from Ms. Lewis, is that right? Okay. It's open for discussion?
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe, unfortunately, Mr. Garvey, your comments preempted what I had promised the board, which was to give a recitation of how the law works on each of these issues. So if you permit me, I'd like to. Thank you. Also, you've taken us now into discussion of an item that is not on this issue. So, Mr. Chairman, if you permit me, I'm going to, because Mr. Garvey has tried to draw a connection between two different things, I'm going to speak to both of them.
Okay, but I'm not sure that motion is ordered now that I look at it, because we need to deal with these one at a time. We didn't deal with these two in globo, so I don't know, Mr. Garvey, whether your motion. I would ask you to make your motion separately on each of the two items. But how about that?
I think it would be better to take them both together.
Well,
why don't I speak to both, and we can make a decision as I'm doing.
All right, I'm troubled with that.
I had made comments earlier and was under the assumption, Ms. Edmonston, that you would be taking each one of these individually as they are individual cases. Assuming that that's the case, then I'll speak to this case in front of me. Under the law, you are required to either extend a charter school or not extend a charter school with 1 year left in its initial term pursuant to the criteria that you have established in regulation. This school has not met the criteria under the regulation. Under the regulations, I have authority to recommend to you a probationary extension in that event. And as I said before, I am using the same criteria that your regulations use when making exceptions to a renewal. On the North Shore issue, there may be, under those terms, a reason to make an exception. And that is that this is a school system of Bogalusa. It is 3 schools, an elementary, a middle, and a high school, all of which are very low rated. Therefore, if we were today to non-extend that school, we would be consigning those kids to low-rated schools because of how small the system is and how low-performing its kids are. However, that is not the item you are considering at this time. You are considering a school in the city of Baton Rouge. We have provided you an analysis as to whether there are lower-performing schools to which the students would be assigned. Unfortunately, and I do say unfortunately, I do not see that there are lower performing schools to which the students would be assigned. I see a very large number of traditional public, charter public, and non-public schools that are higher performing under the law. Therefore, under the law and under the principles established in the regulations, I cannot recommend an extension, probationary or otherwise, for this school. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I respond?
Yes.
My concern is that I'm not sure whether an extension is proper or not, and I think that we need some time to investigate it because it looks to me like a lot of the schools on this list could be lower. We have several that have no SPS, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that have no SPS. They may be lower. We have 2 that are Fs. One what is a 1.5 higher, but I would say that that's really insignificant. 1, 2, 3 of these schools flooded and have relocated, so they can't take students. Another 3 are the schools that received the relocated kids that were flooded. So I think it'd be hard to believe that they could take the students. And one of the schools is a magnet school. I believe it's an academic magnet, so I don't think that it could take many of these students. And 4 of these schools are scholarships, some of them religious oriented, and if the children are not of that religion, they may not want to go to that school. And I think there's just answers here that need to be answered, or questions here that need to be answered before I know which way I should go with this.
Well, I'm going to go back to my original troubling comment a couple of minutes ago. I'm not sure that motion, since we're handling these individually, I'll accept an individual motion on each one of them, but I'm not going to accept both motions, or one motion on both of them, because we're not handling them both at the same time. And I will take discussion on each individually, and I'll take an individual motion on each one, but I will not accept a motion combining the 2 together. So would you like to remake that motion, Mr. Garber?
Judging by the tenor of the board, I would think that your ruling would not be overturned, so I would make a motion to defer on just Mid-City.
Do we have a second for that?
I second that motion.
Is that Ms. Lewis seconds? All right. So now we have a motion on the floor. That was the original motion? That's not a substitute motion, is it? That is a substitute motion. Okay. Do we have any more discussion before we vote on a substitute motion? Any other questions? I have done my public comments. All right. So there goes lunch. Here we go. Read out the do not wish to speak. I will eliminate a few.
Lisa Landry,
supports recommendation, does not wish to speak.
Now, that would be the recommendation of the superintendent, as published in the agenda. Okay.
Yes. Dominique O'Connor, opposed. Yashika Phelps Bradford, opposed. Denisha Robinson, support. Karen Patent, opposed. Rachel Ayers, opposed. Paula Jackson, opposed. Jennifer Marion, opposed. Adam Haddocks. Stacy Brunet, opposed. Sarah Derazan, opposed. Terrence Lockett, opposed.
Ms. Landry, Mr. Chairman, can I ask Ms. Landry, I'm so sorry, but oppose and support, I have to be clear on what they're opposing or supporting.
Opposing is opposing the superintendent's original
opposing the superintendent's recommendation.
Right, which is a non-renewal.
Okay.
Okay, and all those that were in support of it were supporting that original recommendation, which has totally different from what the motion before the board to vote is. That's why I want to make it clear to you. All right? Now, here we go. Miss Brenda Nixon, I'm going to call you up 4 at a time, and the first 4 come up, and then we'll call them as they finish. Brenda Nixon, Melissa, and I know I'm going to butcher this, Sibrant, Representative Edmund Jordan, State House, District 29, Darnell Willis. That's the first 4 to come to the table, please. And y'all can decide what order you want to speak. And that's 3. Where's our 4th one?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Hi.
Please introduce yourself.
My name's Darnell Willis. I'm kind of like you. I don't know all the criteria or the rules and the regulations that BESE has in place for this school, but I did want to relate an experience personally that I had, my first one with charter school. Now, I personally am a little biased because I'm from the school district of Grant Parish in North Louisiana. So I was brought up a different way, them and my children. Now, my first experience that I had with East Baton Rouge Charter Academy was dropping off my goddaughter for the first time. And I have to say that I was surprised to see that how uniformed everything was when I first drove up, as far as getting the children in and out of the, the cars. Then secondly, when I went inside, I could see the difference in just this being a building and it being a building of education. Everywhere I looked, there was things about education. So it kind of made me happy because, like I said, I am a little prejudiced because I did not want my grandchild to have to be brought to a school in the city or an inner city school because of the way I was brought up. So I had made plans to homeschool him. But after my experience with this school and seeing what a charter school actually was, then I was impressed to the point of where I want my grandchild to be able to go there. So I'm saying all this because I did hear what the superintendent said, to say this, that nobody wants to be held accountable for what someone else did in the past. So I'm just asking for the committee to give this community, these children, and the educators that are now in place that's trying to make a difference, if y'all would just give them another chance at trying to make it right for these children. That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nixon? Pull it real close. Is it on?
Brenda Nixon, co-director of the Kane Center at LSU. Can you hear me now?
Hear you now.
Speak up just a little bit.
It just looked like a light was on. All right, so I have an official statement, but unofficially we have visited the school. We recognize that there were problems early on with getting high-quality teachers, and I believe that they are working very, very diligently to rectify that problem. And so our statement is as follows. The Kane Center has recently become a partner with the Baton Rouge Charter Academy at Mid-City. after developing a plan of action that is currently being implemented. We have witnessed many failed school turnaround attempts and have become increasingly wary of partnering with district schools and charters that lack high-quality, competent, and absolutely committed administrative leadership and support. This is certainly not the case at the Baton Rouge Charter Academy at Mid-City. The Kane Center is confident that our partnership with Mid-City will produce positive results for their teachers, students, and families. We are confident enough to put our reputation on the line to support Mid-City, and we believe you will not regret your decision should you decide to give the school another chance. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question of
Certainly.
this lady? Ma'am, who do you represent? I'm so sorry. Didn't hear you.
Okay, Louisiana State University Kane Center for STEM Literacy.
Okay, thank you.
I believe you're next, sir.
I was trying to see if there was still more.
We got a clock up there.
No, I was just trying to see if I should say good morning or good afternoon. Good morning. I think it's still in order. I'm Edmund Jordan. I'm a state representative in District 29. I have some, and I'm also a board member. And I have some students that are in my district that attend the school. But what I would like to at least impress upon this body is this. Sometimes we confuse information with education. And information is everywhere. And I say this all the time. I can get information on Google. I can learn certain things by just getting on the internet. But education is a little bit more than that. Education is how you communicate that information, one. But it's also the experience. We can go to different schools and we can all learn and get a good education. But a big portion of that is the experience that you have while you're there. And I got involved in this because I am concerned about kids. I'm the son of an educator. My mother comes from a family of 9, and of those 9 kids, 7 of them are involved in traditional public education. And so that desire has always been stressed to me, instilled in me, and has been a part of me. But what I will tell you is this. There's a recent event, of course, we all have experienced and been affected by the floods. And so let me just tell you a little bit about the experience of these kids over at Mid-City. Over the years that I've been involved, I've always seen these kids act in a very respectful manner every time I've been there. The learning environment has been very positive. But after the floods, we all met, and what I saw wasn't necessarily about kids learning algebra or math or science. It was kids getting haircuts. It was them playing in the gym. It was teachers receiving funds to help them recover from the flood. It was a community. It was an experience. And so what I would ask you, if you decide to defer for a month, and I would ask you to do that, I'd ask each and every one of you to take time to go and witness that experience. Because I think if you decide on the school without having been a part of this experience, you would have shortchanged yourselves. Because it's a wonderful experience. These kids are growing. Progress is being made. And I could get into whether or not growth should count as 7% or 25% and what that would mean specifically for the school. But my main encouragement to you is to go and witness and see these kids for yourselves and listen to these parents and have them talk about the experience.
Thank you, sir. The next. Melissa Sibrant did not come up. Are you still here? Is that you? Are you coming to the table? I'm sorry? No, Melissa Sibrant. Okay. I may have butchered that name for the 3rd time there, but Polly Johnson, please come to the table. She left? Okay. Donna Collins-Lewis. That's you? Okay, we'll get you now then. Brandon DeQueer. Aretha Mapp and Katina Henderson. Okay, first one ready, go. You're it.
Good morning. I'm Donna Collins Lewis, and I have the pleasure of serving as council representative for District 6, where the Mid-City Charter School sits. I can recall when the school was initially planning to open within the district and the excitement that was felt by parents. School is located in a very depressed part of my community. It is located in what was originally called Mall City, which was an area of high crime and other incidents that were not favorable to the community. Since the school has been located within the district, I have seen that community turn around. There have been business owners that have invested in the community. I think that the school is a great asset economically for the district. I think that there are still opportunities for the school to grow and to advance. I believe that the location of the Baton Rouge Community College, expanding their footprint within the Mid-City area, provides additional opportunities to partner with the school for future growth. I agree with the gentleman, I'm not sure the name, on the information that he gave regarding the flood. There has been a great impact in the area because of the flood. A lot of those kids that were attending the school had been displaced. Asking for your consideration and extending not only past January, but in your consideration of giving an extension to the school to continue within the district. Again, I know that you guys face tough decisions. I sit on the council, and I know that you are faced sometimes with challenges in making the best decisions. And so at the end of the day, I do ask you to make a decision that would greatly impact the kids that are attending the school. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. I'm Brandon DeQueer. First, would like to make a couple of points as it relates to the policy and as well as the law that the BESE is following. The Constitution sets the precedent and is the supreme law that governs BESE. The Constitution is very specific as to the powers delegated to BESE. BESE does and controls the secondary and elementary education, excluding special schools that are under its control. So BESE is the authority for these types of schools. Secondly, as you move towards the policy that's for consideration, that's the policy that is established by BESE. BESE has the right to waive its policy, amend its policy, and act on its policy at its discretion. From there, you then have your superintendent whose job is to carry out the policy that you set forth. If it is BESE's desire and pleasure to amend its policy during its meeting, to waive its policy during its meeting, at that point, the board has acted and the policy will then be waived or amended. I point all of this out simply so that way there is complete clarification in the law, so that way the BESE board can truly understand what decisions it can make today and what decisions the superintendent makes while the commission or meeting is in adjournment. And specifically as it relates to the school extension, the school board or BESE itself may consider the extension and may also consider the probationary extensions as well. Sure, it allows for the superintendent to make a recommendation, but understand some of the language that has been utilized through the process has been authorized, shall, must. I haven't read those words in the law. I've read may, which means that it's permissive. It means it's discretionary, which means that this board can do what this board so desires, irrespective of the recommendation of the superintendent. So I just wanted to make those points clear to the board as you consider this process and as you consider the deferral that is presently before you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katina Henderson, and I am a 4th grade teacher at Baton Rouge Charter Academy at Mid-City. I am here I relocated from Jackson, Mississippi. It wasn't until I stepped into the doors of Mid-City that for the first time in my 11-year career that I was given the absolute permission to instruct my children. Here's the standards. What do you need? Teach. As someone that can go into Dollar Tree and pull out a swimming noodle, and think of a measurement project, to have someone say that to you and mean it is awesome. Allow myself my coworkers the opportunity to continue the good work that we have done. I wasn't here before January. I came in January 2016. I was flooded, but I'm still here. I'm still fighting for our children. Our children, they matter. All we want to do is continue the work. I have a saying in my classroom. When I first walk in, I kick the doorstop in and I say, I'm ready to teach. And my students, they respond, I'm ready to learn. We mean that. Allow me to continue to teach. Allow my students to continue to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Alita Mapp.
Pull it real close.
Can you hear me?
Better?
A little better?
I'm beginning to think we have a Verizon commercial going on here.
Pretty much, huh? Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Alita Mapp. I'm the parent of Andre Haynes. My husband, Desmond Mapp, we both agree upon keeping the school open. When we enrolled our son into Baton Rouge Charter, our eyes were completely open to a new opportunity for our son. Going through being a family, dealing with East Baton Rouge school system, where kids want to learn, but it's crazy when your child starts off at pre-K with the mustard seed of faith, I can do all things. But as time goes on, they go through different teachers and different environment, different changes in life, that some reason a teacher or maybe a student shows them that they can't. But when I went to Baton Rouge Charter, one thing I can say is my son's dreams completely succeed to his highest expectations when they walk through those doors. The environment was of a peaceful environment, a joyful environment. When you look in the teacher's eyes, the faculty's eyes, all you see is, I care, I love you, I want to be there for you, but you can do all things. And when my son went to that school, that's what he achieved. He's been there since 7th grade. And I thank God for giving me the opportunity to be able to take that application and be able to give my child another second chance to say that I can. Now my son wakes up in the morning, he says, I can. I can be the next engineer. I can be the next NFL player. I can be all that I can be. And being at Baton Rouge Charter, those teachers and the principals really, truly love their kids. And I'm asking you, I'm begging you to give my child another opportunity. And even though my son is graduating this year and he would excel to be a better child and excel to high school, I'm asking you to give the kids another opportunity behind him to have an opportunity to exceed. One thing we always ask for our children is stabilization. And stabilization means that you can't start a child from kindergarten and then say, okay, this school is not right for you. We're going to move you back. Let's think about it. We are East Baton Rouge parents are asking for our kids to have, we are pleading for our kids to have a better education. The schools that are in East Baton Rouge don't have the standards that we are asking for our kids. Our kids have been failed from East Baton Rouge. Please, we're begging you, not allow our children to go back into the school system that have too many kids in the classroom, that are not able to see the children that are struggling, and give them an opportunity to be in a smaller setting of teachers that care. Give them more time to show you that they can succeed. Trust me, I've been in that school. I volunteered, and I have seen change. I've been in East Baton Rouge. I know my time is up. I have not just lived in Louisiana. I've lived in Virginia Beach, Virginia. I've seen their education succeed, and my kids have came back to Baton Rouge and had to go backwards. When our kids here in Baton Rouge Charter are trying to move forward, we're asking you let them move forward so that they will not fail. They can succeed. Give them another opportunity, please.
Thank you. May I have Kimberly Richardson, Danita Jackson, Tally Luckett, I hope I pronounced that right, Tally, and John Hay. All right, who's going first? Yes, ma'am. Please introduce yourself. Pull it real close. Is it on?
My name is Kimberly Richardson. I am one of the original teachers from Baton Rouge Charter Academy.
Okay.
I have started at Baton Rouge Charter Academy at Mid-City. I was there to open the school. I was there when we chose our mascots, our school colors, originally trained by corporate. I've seen many teachers and administrators come and go. In a few years, our students and teachers have been through a great deal of pitfalls, disappointments, and we've suffered many losses. However, this year has been completely different. There has not been a mass exodus of teachers. There's not been a mass exodus of students. There has not been a complete change in the school and the faces that you see by Thanksgiving. This has happened for the first 2 years that we were there. We've seen the difference that our Principal Lockett has made this year. There isn't a high turnover. There aren't a number of subs coming in every day. Our teachers are coming to work every day. They're giving 150% every day. We have students who are actually excited to come to school. I've gone from being a music teacher in electives, and I'm currently a reading specialist. We have students who come to me and say, I know I don't read well, but I'm here to try and do better. All of our students would like to try and do better. Our teachers would like to try and do better. Our first year was not a success. Our second year was better but not as successful. Our scores have actually improved this year instead of going down another year. There's a difference in the entire makeup of the school, the feel that you get from walking in the door. I am not dreading going to work. I enjoy my job. The students enjoy coming to the school. It's made a complete difference just in the past year that our current principal has been there. It has not been the same. It would be different if we've had all of these different administrators coming in and there hasn't been a change. But for this past 1 year, Mid-City has been a complete enjoyment for everyone who's had a chance to step foot in our building. It would be nice, it would be amazing if you all could grant us a little more time just to show what we can do. I am one of 5 original teachers who are still left from that first year at the school. We stayed because we believed in the school. We stayed because we believed in the students. We stayed because we actually care. You have so many students in the public school system, so many teachers who do not care about their students. We have personal concern for these children. We've put money out of our own pockets to care for them. We've taken clothes from our houses, from our kids to give when they didn't have anything. We've gone out and bought things for students who didn't have. We care for them like our own, and they aren't going to find that anywhere else. Yes, we are an F school. We've been an F school, but we're not as low as we were. And I think that if you give us, I know that if you give us an extension, we will not remain there. We are functioning as a family, not just a school. We feel like we're an A school. We don't have the scores yet, but we will. So I think that if you strongly considered and paid attention to what the teachers are telling you right now, that you would see that you will make a decision if you close us.
Thank you. Are you next, ma'am? Okay.
My name is Janita Jackson, and I know I have more years and a certification that's a lifetime that they don't give anymore. This is my second year at Baton Rouge Charter, and I'm a special ed teacher. I have over 27 years experience in special ed, and I do the pull-out program. I have 21 students. We have a tremendous school, and I'm not just saying that. I was around when these tests started, and we have the ability and the potential to make those changes. We have the rigor at our school that's needed for students with challenging behaviors and academic problems. I'm asking you, as an educator, as a person that is a product of public school and private school, a product of segregation and integration. I'm asking you to grant our request. Mr. Lockett is a tremendous principal, and this is our future. This is our future. This is Baton Rouge. This is Louisiana. We have to make those tough choices. I'm asking you that you make the choice for this school because it's worth it. It's just like the L'Oreal commercial. We are worth it. And thank you.
Mr. Lockett.
Good evening. Good afternoon. Yes, almost
How do
that
you
time.
pronounce your first name?
Tale.
Tale. Okay,
Yes,
I was somewhere close. Okay.
Yes, Tale Lockett. I would first like to say thank you, board, for allowing me to speak on behalf of Baton Rouge Charter Academy Mid-City. I was afforded this opportunity a little over a year ago. Upon first entering the building, I noticed the potential of the students and the staff that we had there. Immediately, we challenged each individual to reach their desired potential. As a school leader, we reshape culture, the mindset, and the educational setting at Mid-City. We infused a culture of high expectations coupled with best practices. Over the next few months, we started to see that shift in mindsets, not only from our students, but from our teachers and our parents as well. As a result, we grew in our SPS, and we continue to grow. Education is more than just from learning from books, and it's a shame that some people don't see that. It's more than just a curriculum or a school score. A good education can teach a child how to learn so that child may grow up as an independent learner. At Baton Rouge Charter Academy, we have students with serious skills deficits. We immediately address these deficits by creating a personalized learning plan. We address the whole child with various aspects like our in-house clinics, our mentoring programs through Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, Kappa Leagues, our tutoring programs with our tutoring partners as XCON and Honeywell. The biggest aspect of our school is the commitment from all of our stakeholders. We have experienced and certified teachers. We have new enrolled students, an increase of 660 students that choose to walk or take a car ride to our school with no buses. In addition, we have the commitment from Charter Schools USA, who invest their resources as well as staff. Our students are committed because they attend those after-school tutoring programs from Monday through Thursday and on Saturday. All we asking right now is for a continued momentum of positive school culture, that you allow us to continue to educate our children. Thank you.
Mr. Hay.
Thank you, Mr. Board Chair. My name is John Hage. I'm the CEO of Charter Schools USA. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. I don't know if that's working. First, I want to say that it has a green light on. Yes, sir. First, I want to say that we appreciate the opportunity to work within Louisiana. Currently, we operate schools for 9 different locations across the state. Earlier, you just renewed Southwest Louisiana Charter Academy, which is a school that we operate on behalf of Judge Thibodeau and his board. That school has a very similar demographic to this school and had the opportunity to see the kind of improvements we're now seeing Mid-City a year behind that school. So I just want to point out the process and the progress we've made in similar schools with evidence of that. We also, this was the first school in Baton Rouge that we did open on behalf of the board, and that investment has been long-term for us. We actually took out 30 years of debt service and built almost a $15 million building. We believe in the long term of this commitment, and so we've put our money where our mouth is and investing in a major way in this community, taking a dilapidated building and building it into a beautiful school and schoolhouse. So if you've been to it, you see it's beautiful. We've also attracted 660 students, 100 more each year. Parents continue to come to the school with great support. There's no more greater accountability measure than parents voting every day with their feet. We educate 70,000 students for the last 2 decades around the United States. 66% of those students with free and reduced lunch and 70% considered minorities, so we're often in the same position. In fact, in schools around the country, whether it's in Chicago or the inner cities of Miami or right here in Louisiana. We've taken those schools from F schools to eventually A schools. But it's taken time, usually about 5 years. So when you measure a school in 3 years, it oftentimes doesn't represent the momentum you start to get in its third, fourth, and fifth year. That's one of the reasons you saw the SPS score increase this year. In fact, it beat out its counterparts in EBR, where these kids would be sent back to. While we increased, they actually decreased. And so we were able to show that increase year over year. We've also had stable leadership, as you've seen with Mr. Lockett here. That leadership is the key impact on why the school in its first 2 years struggled versus today it's begun to have the kind of momentum it has. We definitely had turnover in staff and in personnel and leadership during the first 2 years. It was difficult in that environment to attract the kind of teachers and staff there to commit to the long term. We've now gotten that, and it's now in place and it's showing real progress. One of the reasons we asked for the deferral today versus just the extension is that we know that there's additional data coming in from mid-year testing that will be available in December and in January that is not available today because the students are actually taking the test next week. That was taken at the beginning of the year. That'll be taken again at the mid-year, and those results would be available at your next board meeting. Furthermore, we've also assessed all of the schools and gone to the parents directly and asked them, where would you go? Because they have some choice in this matter. Back to a school if this school was in fact closed. And the evidence does not show that they would be able to go to the magnet or other private schools that have been evidenced by the department. In fact, that most of those parents have indicated by coming here and by signing petitions and the 660 parents that support this school that they don't have a better option and that that option needs to be looked at. And therefore the law does allow for this board, under its discretion, to spend a little more time. All we're asking is for 1 more month to evidence out that information and show, do these schools that they might be sent to, are they in fact better schools or are they not better schools? Are there real options for these students or should they stay where they're at and be given a 1-year extension? And we'd like to have that chance to come back in 1 month, make that case. We believe there's another charter school that'll be up in a month that's been able to have that deferral, and we'd like the opportunity as well to be able to bring that information with our partners at LSU.
Thank you, sir.
And our
please,
teachers.
please bring it to a close.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we've got 4 more. Let's see. Officer, I believe it's Officer Stephen Nevels, Mikal Wells, John Hamilton, Jr., Andre Haynes. Is that 4? Okay. I called 5. Okay, who came up that I didn't call?
You called 5 and one
Did
is
I
not
call
sitting
5?
at the 4. Yeah, the officer is sitting behind.
Okay, well, I'm certainly not going to mess with him.
No.
All right, we'll get him to get you to the table as quickly as we can. So, all right, who's going to speak first? All right.
Hello, my name is Andre Haynes. I'm 13 years old, and I go to the school Baton Rouge Charter Academy at Mid-City. And the reason why I want to do a speech is because this school, it changed me. Mr. Lockett, he changed me. Like, the past Andre that I had been through, I used to get in a lot of trouble. But when I came to this school, I got more comfortable. Like, I didn't really get in that much more trouble. Mr. Lockett used to talk to me. The teachers, they cared. And like I'm saying, if y'all take away a school, kids that live by it, what would they do? Like, what school would they go to? What, like, how would they get into magnet schools? So what I'm saying is, if y'all take away a school, what is the eyes of the kids of the kids doing? Like, what are they gonna do? Like, what school are they gonna go to? So, and like, my grades have been better since I came to this school. Other schools, I have had bad grades. This school, my grades improved. I had got a lot more scholarships from other schools. And I'm saying, if y'all take away a school, it'll mess up other people that want to come here next year. my little brother, he been telling me he want to come and spend time with me at this school because he like it how way they treat me. You know what I'm saying? If my little brother want to go here next year, how will he go if y'all take away a school? You know what I'm saying? Please don't take away a school because other kids want to go here. Other kids love the teachers. They have social studies. They have reading. They have a lot of schools for other, but like I'm saying, they have teachers. Miss Paul, Miss Tino, Miss Harris, and Mr. Matthew. They care about us. Mr. Lockett, Miss Rogers. They care about us. No other teachers and principals can care about us like they do. You know what I'm saying? If y'all take away a school, it'll mess up everything. Mess up the kids that's around this area. So I'm begging y'all, please do not take away a school. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having the courage to come and speak today. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is John Hamilton. I am a student attending.
That's John Hamilton, Jr.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Junior.
Okay.
I am a student attending Baton Rouge Charter Academy. I have been there. This will make my third year at BRCA. And this school has really improved me a lot by my grades, my behavior, and a lot of things, just like Andre. Before I attended BRCA in 5th grade, I was attending Westdale Heights Elementary. And my grades were slipping because I just didn't understand the Common Core standards. The teachers, they would help me, but I just didn't understand it. So I did fail the 4th grade, and I was thinking that I had to start it all over. But when when my parents went to BRCA, they talked to Dr. Thomas, and she said that my leaf scores was outstanding. And due to that, that's how I kept on track and being in the 5th grade instead of going to the 4th and doing it all over again. And the teachers, I treat them just like my second family. I love them all, Mr. Malvo, Ms. Lockhart, Ms. Davidson, and Mr. Toussaint. I treat them just all like my mother and my mom's and my father's. And they consider me as a leader, and they want me to lead all the kids. And I told my dad a few years ago, Dad, and he said, what? I want to be an OBGYN. And I said, well, that's going to take a lot of work. And I said, I know, but I would like to do it. And I know if I stay at this school, then the teachers can help me so that way I can get to that position. I would love to be an OBGYN because my stepmom was 6 months pregnant with my little sister. And the doctor let me do an ultrasound, and I was just like, whoa, this is so cool. And then that's how I came up with my future dream and how I wanted to be an OBGYN. And my dad was just telling me, you got to lead your way into life. He said life is just like a maze. You got to take certain paths that you know can get you there. But if you take the wrong path, then you can end up somewhere you're not supposed to be. You can either be just gone where nobody will see you again. And then he was just explaining to me. And just if you take the school away, it'll kind of make everybody feel as if they have nowhere else to go. And if they have no family that really loves them like the school does, then it would be pretty sad for y'all to take the school away. So just from me, I would say please, and I'm begging you just not to take the school away.
Thank you, sir, and well spoken. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Wells, and I am a representative of Baton Rouge Charter Academy in Mid-City. I am in the 7th grade. I just hope our schools stay open for the previous activities and also the activities that are going on right now. I am in a group called Kappa League, and Kappa League is the best thing that ever happened in my life. It's the best thing that happened in my life because I have brothers that I could depend on. If I go anywhere else, I would not know what I would do without all of the people that care about me at this school. Before I came to this school, I was the class clown. But I changed, and also our school can change. Please save our school. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Now, you're going to have a hard act to follow there.
Good afternoon. My name is Raquel Ells, and I'm the Regional Director with Charter Schools USA, Louisiana.
And I want to read a report that you received from...
Hold on just one second. Do we have a card on for you?
Yes.
I don't think I called. All right, we're going to pull your card. Hold on just a second. It's not that there's anything wrong. It's just we screwed up in short terms. Okay, we got it now. Go ahead.
I want to read a report to you that you received from MGM Consulting Group, which is a nationally recognized consulting group in education. MGT's Consulting Group's history of...
Real close now.
MGT's Consulting Group's history of evaluation in education spans over 4 decades and across the nation, with specific expertise in advancement of student outcomes through implementation of rigorous turnaround and accountability measures. The South Louisiana Charter Foundation retained MGT to provide an evaluation of the performance of one of its schools, Baton Rouge Charter Academy at Mid-City, and the outcomes are summarized below. In its first year of enrollment in the 2013-14 academic year, Mid-City welcomed students who demonstrated some of the highest needs in the state. Student populations have been characterized by an overall free and reduced lunch rate of 100%, with almost every incoming student performing several years below grade level. While aggressive strategies have been deployed to reach student proficiency goals since the school's founding, prevailing research agrees that up to 5 years is often needed to measure the effectiveness of these school improvement strategies. Currently, in their 4th year of operation, and relying on state assessment data reflecting only 3 years of performance, we deem that judgment with regard to the school's performance and future would be premature. More time is needed to understand and properly evaluate the dynamics of this situation. The extension of any authorization should, however, be contingent upon a very robust plan of action for attainment of proficiency goals for our students. To this end, MGT conducted an inventory of the measures being undertaken by the school to ensure attainment of the state performance threshold. Some of these achievements are listed below and show that we have a positive trajectory. The first thing is a stabilized, effective leadership, which was established last fall with the hiring of Mr. Talley Lockett, which has already proven to be a good thing for the school, as we see that the school has truly turned around. The human capital of the organization has been remade, and turnover among faculty has all been but eliminated, reflecting significant advances toward a highly skilled teaching staff. This is evidenced by an increase of licensed teachers for up to 50% growth, and targeted recruitment of experienced teaching staff with 5 or more years of teaching experience in high-needs classroom. We'll also have engagement of Louisiana State University's Gordon A. Kane Center, which is recognized for its effectiveness enhancing outcomes in mathematics and STEM. Also, coaching and development of the teaching staff. MGT Consulting Group is appreciative of the opportunity to present its evaluation to the BESE board members, and if there are any questions and concerns, we'll be happy to engage in helping to make the decision for the school and the impacted families of this community.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I just want to say to the 3 young men, y'all did an awesome job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now he's still there. There you go. All right.
Good afternoon.
All right, before you start, let me call 3 more. So I'm trying to get through with lunch before supper here. So all right. So if Laura Page, Stella Banks, and Brandy Clay would come on down, and now, officer, please feel free.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Stephen Nevels with the Baton Rouge Police Department, along with Baton Rouge Charter. I have been at this school for 2 years. On the first year that I was here, my name was called all down the hallway each and every day before Mr. Lockett came. Once Mr. Lockett came, we had a difference. We had a change. We came together as a family. I gave input and insight on how we can better make change on these young kids. This is our community and this is our future. But if we give up on these young kids, that means we're giving up on our future. At some point in time, our future right now will be able to display integrity, understanding, communication. There have been students in the classroom that have not done what they needed to do. But I took the mindset, if I change the mind and keep the body, we will become stronger. In the event we have done that, I've talked to the kids, I've changed them. I've helped them grow as a law enforcement officer, as a father, as a leader, as a role model. This opportunity to keep this school open is one of the greatest things that's going to happen, because there's been times where these kids have been given up on all life. These are our kids. They are not robots. We cannot reboot them. We cannot reset them. But one thing we can do, we can change and give them the opportunity. Children do not agree with change. It takes a lot for a child to get comfortable with an adult. What I mean by that, there have been many children while I have been at the school that said, I do not like the police. I do not like the police. Today, I can walk through the hallways. I can see them on the street, work a wreck, or deal with a family dispute. I hear Officer Nevels, I need your help. Not, I do not like the police. Officer Nevels, I need your help. And I come to the rescue. Given the opportunity to keep this school open, we'll bring these kids closer to where they need to be. This is our future. And I leave in part. I'm a man of God. I trust God in all that I do. I trust that you will hear the voice of God in this situation with our kids. And I leave you with one question. If God gave up on us, where will we be? Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to take a moment of privilege. I'm sure I reflect the thoughts of most of the board members. We appreciate what you do in your police efforts, and we support all of you folks in what you do.
Yes, sir. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Page.
Pull up real close and make sure your mic is on. Is there a little green light on?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll get it real close then.
Okay. My name is Laura Page. I'm a proud parent of Baton Rouge Charter Academy, Mid-City, and I'm in full support of keeping our school open. Prior to enrolling my son at BRCA, he attended a private school where he was failing. In the 3 years that he's been here at BRCA, he's improved tremendously. He's now eager to learn. He has self-confidence. And he knows his self-worth. So regardless of our numbers, what our numbers say about us, we are more than just a score. We are family. Our children deserve to stay in this environment. They deserve to thrive in a healthy learning environment, which BRCA does provide. So I'm asking you today to please keep our school open. Please hear our voice in your choice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Yes, my name is Brandy Clay.
Great. You got your mic up there where it needs to be. Thank you.
And I am also a parent at Baton Rouge Charter Academy. My son was also in private school, and he was also failing. And the short amount of time that he has been there, his grades have improved tremendously. I'm at the school every evening to pick him up for aftercare. I know a lot of the staff. They may not know me by name, but they know my face. And when they see me, they come up and hug me and love on me. My son was in a private school where we paid, and it was a lot of money. And you could walk into school and you would get nothing from anyone. I'm not only begging, I'm not only pleading, I am at your mercy, asking you all to please keep this school open. In the short amount of time my son has been there, he went from D's and F in a private school, and almost like they had given up on him coming into the second semester. And so, if I could just sit and just tell you everything I've been through with my son, you would not believe it. But since he's been there, his grades have improved, his attitude has improved. He's starting to have a little bit more get up and go about himself. He wants to go to school, and his teachers and everyone that is around him, he has a positive attitude. And another thing that I did notice at the school, there are men role models in the school where I did not have that in some of the other school that he was in. And I'm glad to see that. And I'm asking you to please not only think about the fact that you will be displacing these kids, but also the staff. These teachers, they have families. The custodial staff, the cafeteria staff, all of us will be displaced again, and where are we going to go from here? Because in the school system that we're in EBR, this is the best thing for him at this point in time, and not only him, but a lot of the other children. So we're asking you all to think on this long and hard. Please do not make a rash decision and just decide, okay, in this short amount of time, they have not done what they're supposed to do. Give us a chance. Give us a chance to keep pushing and keep trying. Because to say that you're giving up on Baton Rouge Charter, you're also giving up on our children, and I refuse to give up on my son. I will fight for him, and I will do what it takes to make sure he gets what he needs. And I thank you for you all's time.
Thank you. Before you speak, ma'am, I'm going to call the next three down so that we can save a little time. Linda Wilson, Akeisha Causey, DeQuan Causey, and DeMark Webster. If y'all would start coming on down. All right, ma'am, please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Ms. Banks. I'm the cafeteria.
Hold it real close.
Good afternoon. I'm Ms. Banks, the cafeteria supervisor there at Baton Rouge Charter Academy. And I come before you today and I want to let you know we more than just a school. We are a family. We are a family. I've been there since the doors opened. We had a lot of transitions with principals, teachers, and everything. Since Mr. Lockett been there, we have had a big turnaround. We have really progressed. We have interventions coming out, pulling the kids out. We have really made a big difference. We have tutoring Monday through Thursday. We are, like I say, we are a family. Some of these kids have really been displaced since the flood, and they still is coming together. We can encourage them to do better. Like I say, we have tutoring Monday through Thursday, and the teachers are doing everything they can do to make it work. We are really trying to, I'm asking you today to give us more time. Give us a little more time, and that's all we need to make this work. And BESE means to us bright future, exceptional students, stand with us, and every voice do counts.
Thank you. All right, who's next?
My name is DeMarquis Webster. I'm 14 years old, and I'm in the 8th grade, and I attend Baton Rouge Charter Academy in Mid-City. If it weren't for the school, we wouldn't have for the kids. We won't be nothing. Please, I'm just asking, don't close our school down, because some students, some kids don't have places to go, don't have other schools in their area to go to. And their parents will probably be crying and stuff, because it's hard for them to get their children in school so they can get their education, so they can be so they can be whoever they want to be when they grow up. Like me, I want to go to the Marines. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Linda Wilson, and before I start talking, I just want to make reference to, there was a representative that came before me, and I apologize for if I get your name incorrect. It may have been Representative Schroeder or maybe Representative Foyle, if you're here, or whomever spoke. Basically, I could sum up if I could sum up in a sentence what he was talking about is inclusion of all children, with and without disabilities. And that's exactly what we bring to Baton Rouge Charter. The name of our organization is People First of Louisiana, and we have a partnership with Baton Rouge Charter. We work with their 7th and 8th grade students there with a club that happens to be called Club Inclusion. People First of Louisiana is a self-advocacy organization that is run by people with disabilities and for individuals with disabilities concerning self-advocacy and self-determination. We promote inclusion of all individuals in the places we live, work, learn, and play. Our organization provides training and education to their students about inclusion and supporting people with disabilities. We promote inclusion of all kids. The club members are children with and without disabilities. During club inclusion, we have the opportunity to teach kids how to find their interests, qualities, characteristics, and skills they oftentimes are not aware that they have. We encourage the idea that everyone has gifts and everyone should be valued. These activities provide quality opportunities to connect with these youth, the children there, with personal growth and development, leadership and motivation, as well as social and economic opportunities. We recognize that children with special needs do not always feel successful in school because of their academic struggles. Oftentimes they're not. Students with special needs, especially learning disabilities, typically hold positions of lower social status than their peers and are not sometimes thought of when opportunities to participate in extracurricular activities are available. Lack of true inclusion results in lack of choice, purpose, and involvement. It lacks varies perspective afforded by diversity, and one-dimensional leadership, absence of input, diverse population. Inclusion gives children with special needs a chance to experience meaningful and authentic belonging. And I'm looking at my time there. Without reading the rest of this, I just want to make mention of the students that was up here. Those students are individuals in our club inclusion. The gentleman, John, that spoke earlier, he talked about his leadership. It's evident in our club. This gentleman is there oftentimes before we even start. The support of the club, the support of the staff there. Dr. Lockett did not hesitate when we brought this to their organization, to their school. They jumped on board, and we have support of the school 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call the next ones down. I'm going to ask you to move down one seat because I don't think that mic is working right there.
That first one is good, Gary. This one is real good.
Yeah, any of those apparently are pretty good, but that'll work. Okay, I'm going to call Erica Webster, Latricia Nixon, Shanique Branchet, I guess, and LaShawn Batley. All right, sir, you're up.
Hey, everybody. My name is Daquan Cousin. I'm in third grade from Baton Rouge.
Pull that mic real close down to your face. Pull it right down to your mouth. There you go.
Academy at Mid-City. I do not want the school to close because if this school closed, some people will not have anywhere to go. And this school is my favorite because I was here since first grade and I learned a lot of stuff. And I'm a straight A student because my teacher, Ms. Robinson, helps me whenever I need help, and I thank her for her support. And I don't want to leave the school because if I leave, my mom will cry, and I will too. And everybody in the school cares about me, and I do the same because everybody helps. And Ms. Robinson supports me, and I thank her for that. And I won't, if this school closed down, I remember everything everybody done for me, and I will thank them and forgive them if the school closed down. And don't close it down because some students love this school and teachers. Everybody supports their students and kids, and everybody pay. These parents paid because they knew this school was the right place to put their children in, and I'm glad I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that your son? Is that your son? Thank you. Okay. I've called the next group down. If I think there's one more seat at the table. Which one of you is going to start? Did I miss? Oh, the mom had a card also? Mom, are you speaking as well? No? Okay, thank you. All right.
Hi, my name is Latricia Nixon,
and I'm a parent. I'm about to start balling out. Excuse me.
We charge extra for Kleenex, so just keep that in mind.
We need some.
Last year was my son's first year there, and he's learning a lot. He's an A student now. Before Mr. Lockett got there, I wasn't comfortable. But when he got there, I was very comfortable with my son going there. I've seen a change in the school. The teachers, they hands-on with them. They take their time with them. I'm a single parent. I don't have nowhere else to go. They have other parents. I'm speaking on behalf as well. They walk. I don't think it's fair to close any school down in the community because other people, like parents, don't have nowhere to bring their kids. The school is very close and very convenient for some parents. I actually took my son out of a private school. When I got to Baton Rouge Charter, he changed. At one point, he wasn't saying anything, he wasn't participating, but when he got there, he's the liveliest child. I think you guys shouldn't close the school down. I feel they have public schools, same thing. No one's there to close the school. I feel they shouldn't come down to where we have to come to a board to see if we should keep a school open or close it. The community, I feel they need this school. The teachers, all the staff put all their hard work is paying off. And I feel y'all should just give them another chance because I think they're going to change it from, the first year before Mr. Lockett got there. But I really see a change in the school. And I really would, and I'm begging you and pleading you that you guys don't close the school. Those kids go to another school, it's like it's a changing environment. I don't want to see my son, like, he's learning, he's on the right path, he's on the right track. The teachers are helping him. And I feel if you, the kids go to a different environment, a different school, what if they're not learning the same thing that they're learning now? They're going to get off track. So if they're on track now, then I feel that we should keep the school open to keep them on that right path. That way they can succeed in life.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Erica Webster. I'm originally not from here. When I made it here, my kid was doing good. When I moved them from the public school here, it sucks. It sucks so bad to where my son can't see. And they was failing him for that. When he made it to this school was the only school that noticed that I couldn't afford for him to see. They help him, they blow his work up, they do one-on-one. When he went to EBR, they was failing my baby. Failing him bad. They didn't care. They didn't have no tutoring, none of that. My kids been in this school, their grades are good. The teachers, they communicate well with you. I don't have to worry about me. I work evenings. I'm a single mother as well. I have 6 kids. 4 of my kids go to this school. I can text the teacher and be like, ma'am, I got off late. I couldn't check my son's homework. Could you help him? They do that. I don't have people to help me when I work and when it's time for my kids to do their homework. When I pick my kids up in the evening, I goes to work. I don't see my kids 1 o'clock in the morning. So please, please do not close this school. They help. Mr. Lockett is wonderful. That's a wonderful principal. I never met a man like a principal. I never bumped head with the teacher. No problems with them. The communication, I love it. I never had this problem until I moved here. The school my kids was from, I'm used to A's, B, honor roll, principal list. It dropped when I put them in public school here. I took them out because of the grades. I couldn't take it. As far as them not helping my children, failing my son because he can't see. My daughter, her grades dropping. She went from honor roll to I don't even know what to call it. My son walked away with principal list before I moved here. I don't know what to call it. But when they got here to this school, they doing good. Very good. Please do not close this school, please.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Hi, my name is Janique Branch. I'm a math interventionist at Baton Rouge Charter Academy. I came to the school March of 2014, and to be honest, I came from EBR, and at first I kind of felt a lot of discord against charter schools. I can honestly say as of November last year, when we had all of our transitions and administrative changes, that I do believe in this type of model. I've seen drastic changes in the way instruction has been done. I've never seen the amount of interventionists that we have going in and out of each classroom that I've seen at this school. I've never seen the amount of small group instruction that students need in order to gain these 2 to 3 years they've been behind back, as I've seen at Baton Rouge Charter Academy. I've never seen teachers come up with as many techniques as possible and strategies and things to combat issues that most schools are ignoring. Not only are they developing students to be better adults or, better people in society, the teachers as themselves have been called upon to do a better job. We've been, given a lot of professional development on top of the fact of what's expected of us. I'm begging you not to use the previous 3 years as an example of what you should do with this school. I can attest to the changes that have happened in the year. Is it on paper? No. However, I do believe at the end of this year, you will see drastic test scores that have gone up. Again, we have smaller class sizes, and I know there was something said earlier that there are other schools that these children can attend in the area. And to be honest, they are failing worse than us. I don't believe you can send students to a better school at this point, especially with all the improvements that have been made. Again, I've seen good instruction. I know what good instruction is, and it's happening now. Please don't penalize us for other people that may have come before that weren't up to this task. The people that are in place now are up to the task, and if you look at the current data, it's rising. We're asking that you just give us another chance to just extend us more time to give you the criteria that you're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you speak, ma'am, you may want to switch chairs with her, and that mic there is not real good that you have. And I'm going to call Natasha Williams, Michael Stone. Well, I actually have 2 cards for Michael Stone, so I guess she's coming down twice. Michael Stone has the distinction of being the last card. So is Mike here? Ah, there he is. Okay. I only speak once. All right. Yes, ma'am.
My name is LaShawn Batley, and I've been with the school. My son is a student. I've been with the school since it first opened. My son came from a public school. He was diagnosed with pervasive developmental delay. They were told that he would never succeed. His homework was taken from him, and he would cry every morning, "Mama, please don't send me to school." When I enrolled him at Baton Rouge Charter Academy, everything that I told his teacher that he could not do, his teacher came back and she told me, yes, he can. They found different ways for him to learn. If he didn't learn like the other children, she fought and she found ways for him to learn. If it was by music or by anything, I can send him to school now, and he'll tell me when he come home from work, when I come home from school, "Mama, I don't need your help. I got this. I can do my homework on my own." His grades are straight A/B. He looks forward to going to school every day. He pushes for his brother to get up and go to school every day. His brother goes there as well. His brother has ADHD. His brother is doing well at the school. He's AB honor roll. And my kids really enjoy the school. They go everywhere they go. "Mama, you just tell everybody, I want everybody to go to my school. I want all the kids to go to my school." And I think if he closes the school, it's going to be that he has to adjust, and he doesn't do well with changing situations and settings. And I think that the schools should stay open so he can learn and he can work on a computer better than any adult. And the school has really helped him learn to grow and actually want to go to school every day. And he tells me, "Mama, I'm ready for school. I'm ready to go to school. I'm ready to learn." Thank you.
Thank you. And somehow or another, I think there's another person before him. Am I wrong? Is there anybody that we missed? I thought I called 3 names to come down and only 2 came.
I think 2 of them are me.
I called you twice, didn't I? Okay. Now, all right. You have the distinction of being the last one to speak on this issue that I'm aware of, sir.
Wow, some responsibility. My name is Michael Stone. I'm here representing an organization called New Schools for New Orleans. We don't operate in Baton Rouge, and so I was going to speak on this entire category 2.1, but decided to speak on this particular item as I heard some of the board members talking in the introduction before the comments came in. I have a tremendous amount of empathy for the folks who are going through this process right now and who are thinking about or faced with the possibility of closure. And I recognize that the choice before you all is really challenging and tricky. I'm concerned because you all just voted, I think correctly, to close or to revoke the charters or non-renew 2 charters in New Orleans that after several years have not met the expectations that I know that they set for themselves and that you all set for them as well. And the school being considered right now is actually performing lower than either of those schools. In fact, I think it's last year it was at the 2nd percentile statewide among all elementary schools. This is the first time that this BESE board has been faced with implementing the policy that BESE has adopted. And it's a policy that, as Caroline Romer from the Charter School Association mentioned earlier, is being emulated in other parts of the country. Louisiana has been a model for accountability in the rest of America. And I just want to caution you against looking for situations where you can bend the rules when it feels like there's a fairly clear choice here. I taught in schools in New York City. I grew up in Louisiana, but taught in New York City, where we had phenomenal, incredible children and educators who worked incredibly hard every day on behalf of those kids, knowing that they were working in an environment that just wasn't getting it done. And at the end of the day, the folks that you're holding accountable aren't the kids, and it's not even really the teachers. It's the organization that's been charged with driving academic performance for these children. The theory of action in New Orleans and what's led to the progress that we've had has been that it's the job of government to ensure that as many kids as possible are in the highest performing schools as possible, and as few kids as possible are in the lowest performing schools, and that every decision that you make is driving more and more kids to higher and higher performing schools. It's hard to look at the data here. However hard the folks who've been in that building have been trying to make this school great, it's hard to look at the data and say that this school is delivering on the promise that it set for its students. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that closes the comment cards. The board is now open for discussion, and if there is no discussion, we'll call the motion. But I guess something.
Mr. Chairman, what is the motion on the floor right now with a second?
Okay, the original recommendation of the superintendent was to not renew. The motion, there was a motion on the board, on the floor to accept that recommendation, and a substitute motion by, going back, was it Mr. Garvey? Yeah, Mr. Garvey. The substitute motion was to defer this until January. Is that, it's been so long ago, okay, and was there anything else on there besides that? Okay, so the substitute motion was to defer this until January. So we'll vote on the substitute motion first.
Was that seconded?
It was seconded, yes. It was seconded by Ms. Lewis, as I remember. Okay, so we'll vote on the substitute motion first. The substitute motion is to defer until January.
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear for the board, if the substitute motion fails to defer, would there need to be a new motion?
No. We'll go back
to the original. Revert back to the motion?
We'll go back to the original motion. We'll have discussion on the original motion and then vote.
Okay. And just for clarification also, from what we have heard today in terms of our rights, roles, and responsibilities of the board, the month-long delay would allow for what changes? For more investigation into the schools in the surrounding area? Is that?
I'm going to yield that to Mr. Garvey because I'm not aware of the argument there, so I'll yield that to him.
Well, I'm not sure that there's enough seats in the surrounding schools. The list here says there's 795 seats at the non-district schools, but 357 of those are schools that have no letter grade, no SPS scores, or are scholarship schools. And the district-run schools, some of them have been flooded, some of them have accepted the reassigned children, and I don't know that they can take any more students. One of the schools is an F-rated already, two of the schools are F-rated already, so I'm not sure where these students would go, and if Baton Rouge can take them all,
Mr. Chairman.
or if they can fit in the charter schools surrounding.
Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Superintendent, did you want to respond to that?
I can provide. Again, if you're just reading the rules and the law says, would many students likely go to a lower performing school? We have passed out a sheet that shows that students would likely attend 30 schools. There are 30 schools in question. The performance is varied. Of those 30 schools, 24 have higher performance scores than this one. 6 do not have tested grades in them, so they don't get a score. And 0 have a lower performing score. So the rule says, would many students likely go to a lower performing school? We have given you a list that has 0 lower performing schools. This school is in the 2nd percentile of all schools statewide. We heard a lot about the challenges students face, so we assessed every school that has more than 85% low-income kids in it. It is in the 5th percentile of all schools that have 85% or more low-income kids.
Okay, I'm going to back up just a second. And my diligent staff informs me for the 19th time today I've been wrong. Jim's motion is the original motion. There was no, he originally made a motion. I rejected that motion because it wasn't germane to the, specifically to this. So if you vote on this, if it fails, then we will be looking for another motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation or otherwise. But the motion that's on the table right now is Mr. Garvey's motion to defer. So does anyone have any other question or comment? I'd like to make one comment. I did my own due diligence 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I looked at all of the F schools in the public school setting of the same grade and category of the situation here. And this school had a lower performance school score than it. There was one that was close. There was one that had a 38.5. But other than that, there were none that of the same type and category of grade served. In other words, there were none of the other F schools that were lower than that school. So, all right. Any other discussion? Anyone want to refute or add something? All right. So I'm going to call the question now. Should we roll call this? Okay. Let's roll call it.
Can you
Now,
read the motion
let me repeat it before we do. You're voting on Mr. Garvey's motion to defer action on this item until January.
Dr. Holly Boffey is not in attendance. Mr. Davis?
Nay.
Miss Edmonston?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Miss Holloway?
Nay.
Miss Lewis?
Yes.
Miss Orange Jones?
No.
Mr. Rock?
No.
Dr. Thomason? No. Miss Boucher?
No.
Dr. Jones, would you like to vote?
Do I need to? It's not in this, okay, no, then I won't vote.
Fails.
Okay, now, I need a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation or do otherwise, whatever motion you wish to make. Do I have a motion? Mr. Rock makes a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation, which is non-renewal. Do I have a second? Ms. Voce seconds the motion. Do I have any discussion? Do we need to roll call this one? Is that the purpose of the board, or do we just, okay. Do we have any objection to the motion? Okay, we have Ms. Lewis in objection. Anyone else? Ms. Evanson in objection. Motion carries. I'm not going to vote, so that would be 7-2. Is that right? Ms. Bofe's not here, and I'm not voting. Motion carries 7-2. All right. I'm sorry, folks, but we got to take a little break here, or you'll have to use your seat cushion for a flotation device. So we're going to go to lunch, and we'll reconvene in 1 hour. Thank you. All right, here we go. We're going to call the School Improvement Committee back into session. Actually, the acronym for this committee is the SIT committee, and I was afraid to use that, so I was afraid it might slip up and say it wrong. So the School Innovation and Turnaround Committee is back in session. All right. When we left, I believe we still had North Shore Charter School, and the superintendent's recommendation is to defer until January. And I need a motion, and Mr. Garvey, I'll now accept your motion from a while ago.
I don't know. I moved to defer. It's not working too well today. But I will make a motion that we defer.
All right. Do I get a second? Okay, Mr. Thomason gives us a motion to second that. Okay. Yes, sir. Please do, because I'm at a loss.
Members, this school is a school for extension. It did not meet the terms for extension. We would recommend, therefore, that it not be extended as soon as we resolve all extenuating circumstances. The challenge with this school is similar to the challenge in Caddo Parish that we described before, which is that this is a small school system. As you know, this is not a parish school system, it's a city school system. There are fewer than 2,000 students in this system. So effectively, every student at every grade level has only one other option. Those other options are low rated, very low rated. They're not as low rated as this school, but they are close. We're in conversations with the superintendent, just like in Caddo Parish, we're in conversations with the superintendent in Caddo Parish. If she can guarantee us that the students will not end up in a lower performing environment, we will bring you a recommendation that accords with the regulations and it is not to extend. If she's unable to provide us that guarantee, we will come back to you and report to you on that. So we're asking that you allow those conversations to proceed with her and that we defer until January.
All right. Do we have any discussion from board members? We don't have any cards on this one, I want to leave. Any board member? Okay, so board members, is there any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item, please.
Still on item 2.1, the last of this item, the department recommendation 3 is to receive the charter school automatic renewal as recommended by the LDE.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Rock moves and Mr. Davis seconds. Any discussion among the board? Mr. White, would you care to add anything to that?
No, I know that I've explained this to board members before. There are some schools under the law that qualify for an automatic renewal. This is one such school because of the school's academic performance.
All right, we have any questions or anything? No, is there any objection to the motion? Motion carries.
Your next item is on page 5, item 2.2.
And have a-
Consideration of a report on types 2, 4, and 5 charter contracts and requests for amendments. The department recommendation is to approve.
Okay, do we approve that, or receive the report and approve it, or just receive the report? What? Does it matter?
There are actually a couple of substantive issues that it is for a it is for a vote and an approve, I believe.
Okay. All right, well, I'll take a motion to.
Yes.
Which one do you want? Is that key
Actually,
academy?
three, what?
Is that key academy? I'm sorry, key.
Okay, I'll take
Sorry.
let's cure all ills. I'll take a motion to receive and approve.
I'd like to defer, please.
Sorry?
Defer Key Academy.
Hey, one more time.
I'm calling for a deferment on Key Academy.
Calling for a
Information.
deferment
Is
on
that number
E10.
one?
Okay, let's get a motion on the table, and then.
I think she should probably take her motion.
Okay, let's take your motion then. Give me your motion, how you want to do it. Receive and approve? with a deferment
Receive
or-
and defer information on Key Academy until January 23rd in regards.
Okay, what is it?
Item 22.
Same page 5. Okay, the number 2, okay.
Number
All right,
2.
so let's see if I can capture your motion. Your motion is to receive the report and approve with a defer of Louisiana Key Academy.
Defer.
Both of those are Louisiana Key. One-
Correct.
Okay, are all these going to be deferred?
No, and the reason we need to keep the item and not defer all of it is that one of them is just an operations issue that's important that we address.
Defer the Key Academy one,
Yes.
because we're not going to
Only.
even talk about the extension
So
until
1 and 2,
January, so you can't.
Okay, somebody frame a motion that I can understand. I'm totally lost. What do you?
Is it on number 2? I'd like to defer
Okay.
Key Academy.
Okay, you want to defer Key Academy, and what are
Until-
we doing about the third item there that's with that?
This has nothing to do with Key Academy. It's just a building. The school is changing buildings. A charter school's building location, its address, is written into its contract. All we're just asking is to amend the address within their contract. So, as Ms. Holloway is suggesting, I would ask that you defer all items related to Key and that you approve the amendment to the Tangipahoa Charter School contract.
Is that your motion?
Correct.
Okay, the motion is to defer items
1 and 2.
One and two.
and to
Approve 3.
approve item 3. Do I
I'll
have a-
second that
okay.
motion.
I second.
Okay. I'll take Ms. Evanson's second, and Ms. Holloway was the motion. All right, it's open for discussion now. We don't have any cards on. We do have one card on. Okay, let's take the card first. Karen Artis. Is Karen Artis here? Is anybody that pretends to be Karen Artis here? No? Okay. All right. We'll move to board discussion on it now. Is there any board discussion on it? Is there any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 22, item 2.4, consideration of the 2017 Common Charter application and the 2017 request for applications timeline for all charter school authorizers. The department recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion? Ms. Holloway makes a motion to approve.
Second.
Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Davis. Do we have cards on this? Okay, let's get. We don't have cards on this? We do have cards on this.
No.
Yes, we do. Watch. Magic. Be right here. I get silly as the day goes on. Okay. And it has gone on. Sarah Vandergriff, representing the Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools.
Hello. Sarah Vandergriff for the Charter School Association. We just want to come and say vocally that we support these changes. While they may seem kind of minuscule in comparison, I think it's very thoughtful changes that the Department of Ed has made in the application process of asking for more information from the beginning on things that we've seen schools and school leaders in particular struggle with within their first and second year of operating a charter school. So it's trying to get more substantive information behind applicant groups of, are you really ready? And even though you have an academic leader, is that academic leader really ready to be an employer and more that management position? So we think that this will improve the overall application process in order to have that much better, higher quality applicants come before you. Also, as you heard before, many of the school districts, for the most part, are copying or following you all's lead. So we think that this will also be followed at the school district level. And as we all say, like, if you have the stronger applicants from the beginning, we hope that we'll have stronger schools and whatnot from the ending. So I just wanted to say that that's one of the changes, and we think it's very important, and we fully support the changes that were made. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's all of the comment cards. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, any objection to the motion? Motion carries.
Your next item is on page 37, item 2.5, consideration of a report on the status of Type 2 and Type 5 charter applications in response to the 2016 request for charter school applications as recommended by the State Superintendent of Education. The department recommendation is to approve. I'm sorry, is to receive.
I need a motion to receive the report. Mr. Rock and Mr. Garvey second. And we do have some public comments on this, so I'll give you first shot. Go ahead.
Members, I'd like to provide you an update as to where we are in terms of Type 2 applications. I'd like to first invite, I believe that we have representatives from the organization Schoolworks. I'd like, if they would just be available during my comments, if you can come down, just so that as I make my comments, if you have questions for me or questions for them, Schoolworks is available. Our process, as you know, is that after the charter school group has applied to the local, if the local has not accepted for a Type 2, they may appeal to the state. But first, under the law, an entity must be appointed to be an independent reviewer. And for the last 3 cycles, we have used the group Schoolworks, and I appreciate very much them being represented here today. I will be speaking to you about those applications that have been approved, identified as high quality by Schoolworks, and where they are in motion. I will not be speaking to you about any applications that have not been approved by Schoolworks, as we are not likely to recommend that they be approved by you. First, the Jefferson Chamber Foundation Academy was approved by Schoolworks to service 150 students in Lafayette Parish. I've been in consultation with BESE member Bofi, as well as with Ms. Lewis, and we have been in discussion with the Lafayette Parish School Board. Lafayette Parish School Board and Jefferson Chamber Foundation Academy have been discussing a potential working agreement, whether it is as a charter school or as a program within the district. We do not have resolution on that, therefore have decided not to bring it to this meeting, but I am guardedly optimistic about how those discussions play out. And I think it's all of our belief that, having read what Schoolworks said about this school, having observed their work on the West Bank and East Bank of Jefferson, it's a strong school, but we hope that there could be a local resolution. Secondly, in the Red River application, this is a school in the Avoyelles central part of the state. I've been in discussion with Ms. Lewis about it and whose district it is. We have both communicated to Superintendent Dozat in Avoyelles Parish their hope that they can work out a local solution. Schoolworks for 2 years in a row has approved Red River as a high-performing, high-potential application. Superintendent Dozat in Avoyelles Parish has embraced the charge. They actually met this morning. We don't have results of that meeting yet, but those discussions are underway. Therefore, we've asked to defer to the next meeting. In East Baton Rouge Parish, Collegiate Academies, which is an operator of 2 schools in New Orleans, has sought an application in East Baton Rouge. We have, with Schoolworks, reviewed their application, It is a high potential application. Collegiate Academy, Psi Academy in New Orleans East, which is the one school they have with full grade levels, has a B, though it serves one of the most high poverty populations, high special ed populations of any high school in the state. We are in discussions, Ms. Lewis and I, as well as potentially the school board has been involved in the discussions as to some of the discrepancies between what we're seeing and what the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board's review had. We're hopeful for a local solution, and those discussions are going forward. Fourth, there are 3 Type 5 charter schools located in the Glen Oaks Middle School building in East Baton Rouge Parish. Each of their nonprofit corporations, their nonprofit boards, has sought to be a Type 2. For reasons of space, at least one of them must gain status as a Type 2 so that they can use private space and ease some overcrowding in that facility. Ms. Lewis and I, the local administration has been involved are involved in a discussion. The local administration has said they will renovate the Glen Oaks Middle School building in order to accommodate all 3 schools for another year. We are waiting to get that finalized and appreciate very much the superintendent and his team in East Baton Rouge engaging in the discussion. So there's a local discussion playing out there as well. Those are the extent of the Type 2 charter schools. There is one Type 5 that was reviewed by SchoolWorks, the Net Charter School in New Orleans. For reasons of just keeping things consistent, we're going to bring that to you. There is no local discussion on that. The Recovery School District, the Orleans Parish School Board are all already supportive of that application to bring in the next meeting. Mr. Chairman, if you're okay, I may ask my colleague at SchoolWorks whether there's anything that she would add to what I've said, if that's okay with you.
As long as she can do it before dinner time.
I believe she's on the clock.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kim Wechtenheiser. I'm the president of SchoolWorks, and I've been pleased to be a part of the review process here in Louisiana for a number of years. SchoolWorks is an educational consulting company. We're based in the Boston area. However, we provide services across the country to state departments of education, city school districts, and other authorizing bodies like yourself. We advise on accountability and policy, decision-making.
Let me interrupt you just a second. Is your mic on?
The green light's on, yes.
Okay, pull it real close to you. I don't think
Is that
we're hearing
better?
you back. That's much better.
Okay. So we advise on all decision-making functions that an authorizer is responsible for, including the granting of new charters and renewal decision-making, as an example. As the superintendent indicated, we've had an opportunity to serve Louisiana in this function for the past 3 application cycles, and have been pleased to run what we describe as an evidence-based, rigorous review process. Our review process includes teams of reviewers that have experience as school leaders, many of them charter school leaders or charter school teachers and administrators, charter school authorizers from around the country, and other individuals that have extraordinary qualifications to put them in this role. No one person is responsible for the review of these applications. We have general reviewers, we have financial reviewers, we have a senior management representative from SchoolWorks management team responsible for reviewing all of the recommendations that are put forward to the Department of Education and ultimately end up in your hands. And we conduct capacity interviews. We look for multiple opportunities for we provide multiple opportunities for the applicants to address our evaluation of their submissions. And what we're evaluating, their responses are on the criteria that have been outlined by the Department of Education. So all of our comments that you've received directly address each of those criteria and state whether or not the applicant has met or has not met the criteria. And if so, how, and if not, how they have not yet met that criteria. After the multiple layers of reviews, which includes a written submission, response, an applicant response to our initial review, and a capacity interview, those comments are then finalized and forwarded to the department for their review as well. The applicants are given an opportunity to respond in writing to our final recommendation, and from there the department staff make their recommendations to all of you. So we're confident that the reviews and the recommendations that have been forwarded to you are very comprehensive in nature, extremely rigorous, and that they address each and every criteria specifically outlined by the department staff, and are based in evidence.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion or anything? Okay. The motion is to receive the report. Are there any objections to the motion?
Are there comments on this?
We do have comments on this. I'm sorry. Man, I thought we were going to get that one knocked out. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's see. I need to start with these. I have 2 cards of people that wish to recognize their support of the recommendation, but they do not wish to speak. That would be Joseph Robertson Jr., a parent, and Thomas Beer. Thank you for your cards there. All right, let's start off with Stacy Martin. If you'll come to the table, please. Felsie Limbrecht with collegiate. I'm sorry?
Gonna wave.
They're waving? Yeah, okay. Denise Graves? Denise Graves, not there, okay. And Tanya Collins. Is Tanya Collins here? Okay. Shavina Johnson. All right, she's coming to the table. All right, we've got at least 3, so go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm here. I'm Stacy Martin. I'm the Director of Community Affairs and Advocacy for Collegiate. But I'm really here to read a letter from former Senator Ann Duplessis into the record. She had oral surgery this morning and unable to attend, but she wanted to make sure that her sentiments were on record, and so I offer that, and then I will submit it to you. Dear members, parents, educators, and community members have been working for nearly 4 years to bring collegiate academies to Baton Rouge. I know how hard Collegiate has worked to bring a quality high school to Baton Rouge. As a former state senator, I know the need of a school like Collegiate Academies in Baton Rouge. Each time I visit Collegiate Academies, I'm just overwhelmed by what I see happening in the classrooms. I'm especially in awe of this being an alternative in a situation where college isn't always necessarily an option. Collegiate Academy's expansion certainly gives this opportunity to students of the metropolitan Baton Rouge area. I've received the data and know that 55% of the black males in Baton Rouge are not completing high school. That is alarming for personal reasons. My father was murdered by a young man who, if he had the option of receiving a quality high school education, would have made a better choice for his life. I know you know the school performance scores. I've reviewed them for the sake of requesting your vote and your support for Collegiate's expansion to Baton Rouge. While I understand that Baton Rouge is not New Orleans, the need is the same, and the students of Baton Rouge deserve to have a quality high school option. Collegiate also has a 98% college acceptance rate. While we can debate politics and have adult conversations about timing, etc., the students of Baton Rouge that Collegiate Academies are wanting to serve don't have the luxury of waiting until those debates are resolved. Every day that they don't have a quality high school option is a day that we stand a chance of losing them to an alternative. In closing, as a former legislator, I understand that you may be pulled in thousands of different directions. My request is simple. Vote for the students of Baton Rouge. They deserve a chance, and Collegiate Academy certainly presents them with a quality high school option. It is signed sincerely, Ann Duplessis, former Louisiana State Senator.
Thank you. Whichever one of you ladies and gentlemen would like to go next.
Yes, I will be next. My name is Shavonna Johnson Keller, and I have 6 kids and a host of nieces and nephews that suffer with mental illness, ADD, and ADHD. Here I have with me my nephew Marcus Keller, who is 13 years old, currently in the 6th grade and has failed 1 year. He has been expelled 4 times in East Baton Rouge School Public Schools. He has attended numerous of schools in East Baton Rouge Parish, and at this time right now, his ability to learn has been captivating him from learning because he's always been put out due to his illness. Right now, we come before you, and me as an advocate, a person that has a fire for kids who wants the ability to go to college. I come before you so that this school can be designed and equipped for a child like Marcus. Marcus has the ability to learn, but due to an illness that keeps him from being able to learn and being put out of school and at home, he doesn't have the extra education and ability to strive. He's been put out, stepped on, and put away from public schools. Collegiate is here to have the in-house resources to keep him informed and continue his education more and more. If we strive to get this school here, he will be one of those kids that's a clam in a sea where the sand is continuing to stir up and agitate things. He is one of those kids that can shine with a pearl. But we'll never know if we don't allow this particular school to come to take chances like kids like him to better his education so that he can go forth and get more opportunity in life to become successful. We need scholars, and just because of his condition shouldn't stop him from learning more. We need kids to come to collegiate so that this school can have better opportunities for more and more.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Denise Graves, and I am a longtime community organizer and community pastor, as well as an educator. And I've had an opportunity to take a look at Collegiate Academy, as well as other charter schools in the New Orleans area, and have worked in Baton Rouge around education issues for the last 10 years. What I am advocating for is a school in Baton Rouge that provides in-house resources that don't take students away from their class or their learning. One of the values that is important to me as a pastor, as a citizen, is that people learn to resolve conflicts. And when students can learn corrective behaviors in school without being suspended, we stand a better chance of them graduating from school with a high level of education as well as interpersonal skill sets to manage the kind of life that they're going to lead. I like the idea that this school also offers post-high school support. So as a parent of 7 children, all of my children did not go to college, but they did have a plan afterwards. And the idea that there's an alumni organization available to help them either in trade or work is very powerful for the children in this area. I have gone to entirely too many funerals and too many hospital rooms to risk not having a school that provides the support that's needed beyond adding math, beyond English language. It is about being in relationship with folks. It's about learning how to be heard and how to speak. It's about learning how to trust and not be afraid that people will not honor who you are. I am supporting this school because I've been there. I'm supporting this school because I've talked with countless parents throughout this community and throughout the New Orleans area. I'm supporting this school because I'm expecting a better world, and I think that this innovation could help us get there.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? All right, would Michael Stone, Kathleen Espinoza, Chloe Wiley, and Millie Harris please come to the table. Thank you. Whoever wants to start.
I'll kick us off since I think I have the good mic. Good afternoon, Chloe Wiley. You were close. I am the founder and school director of Baton Rouge Bridge Academy, here speaking briefly on behalf of our school in the Glen Oaks campus, which includes Up Elementary in its 3rd year of operation and Baton Rouge College Prep in its 2nd, and Bridge Academy is in its 2nd as well. The other leaders are also here and available for questions. So first, we want to express our deep gratitude to this board for all the hard work and time you've already put into helping our schools and our families work out a solution to our long-term facility needs. All we're looking for and asking for is the opportunity to continue to serve our families with the same number of authorized seats we currently have by securing a sustainable home for our scholars. We are proud to be and want to continue to be Baton Rouge schools. We want to partner and work with the East Baton Rouge Parish School District, and we are grateful to Superintendent Drake and his team for starting the process of repairing our campus so that we can all continue to exist at the Glen Oak site. In order to confidently and securely honor the promises we've made to our families, we're asking for a written commitment from EBR District, a written commitment to complete the needed repairs to get a building online and allow us to continue to operate at the Glen Oaks campus. For without these capital repairs, our schools that are serving kids well, will not be able to grow next year as authorized. We are hopeful that we can get the written commitment requested from the East Baton Rouge Parish School District. This board authorized us in 2014, and we've been working relentlessly ever since to create a welcoming, safe, and rigorous learning environment for our students, teachers, and our families. We've had great gains and retention thus far, and all we want is a long-term home for our deserving scholars. We owe that to our kids, to our families, to our partners in this work, who are all working hard and achieving at great levels daily. All three schools have had great academic gains, which I would love to talk about for days, but unfortunately I have 3 minutes, and are committed to continuing this important work. It's an honor to serve the students of Baton Rouge, and we thank you for your time and continued support. You all have an open invitation to come and check us out at the Glen Oaks campus, a campus that we put a lot of love into. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. I don't know, pull it real close. Is there a green light on? Yes. Okay, then it's on. If there's a green light on, is it on? Can you check to make sure? Yeah, that one works well, and that one, first one works well. There we go.
All right, is that better? I'm Millie Harris, Executive Director of JCFA, and I just wanted to come to you today and expand a little bit on the process that we have been through. JCFA applied for a Type 1 charter in partnership with Lafayette Parish over the spring. We were recommended for approval by their external evaluator, and the vote ended in a 4-4 tie, with one member having to abstain. And that member is in full support of JCFA, but because of close ties to that member had to abstain from voting. We applied for a Type 2, and we have been recommended by your external evaluator for approval. We are currently trying to work with the district to put together a proposal where we can support the district in serving the most at-risk students in Lafayette Parish. For those of you who are not familiar with JCFA, JCFA runs currently two non-traditional schools in Jefferson Parish, a Type 1 in partnership with Jefferson Parish Public Schools since 2010, and a Type 2 in partnership with BESE since 2013. We are the highest performing non-traditional schools in the state. Recently in May, Orleans Parish Public Schools approved us for a Type 1 in partnership with Orleans Parish. We believe in serving students who have dropped out or who are in danger of dropping out and helping them achieve what we all know is necessary to move forward, the high school diploma. We're very excited about the opportunity to work in Lafayette. We have talked with the Sheriff's Department. We've spoken with LaPesque. We are hopefully meeting with the superintendent next week to have a conversation about what does a partnership look like. We're just very excited that everyone has been willing to come to the table and have a conversation about how do you serve the most at-risk students in the parish, what services need to be provided for them, and how do you continue to support them. That is what JCFA has done for the last 6 years. It's why our contract with Jefferson Parish Public Schools was extended for 5 years, and it's why we've had the opportunity to serve students as a Type 2 and look forward to the opportunity with Orleans Parish as a Type 1. So I want to thank you all, and I want to thank the superintendent for giving us the opportunity to continue those conversations with Lafayette, because it's important to us that all students, especially the most at-risk students, have opportunities and options to be successful so that they can come before you showing that they are capable of going above and beyond what they previously achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. And you timed that well. You only had 1 second left. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kathleen Espinoza. I'm with a group called People, Power of Public Education Lafayette. Before I make my remarks, I would like to say that I've reviewed that application, and I do want to say that they expressly say that they model their school after probably one of the earliest charters in the state, which was a Type 4 charter chartered by our school board a number of years ago. That's the Lafayette Charter School. So I am here representing my group. Our group has concerns about the transparency of the charter application process. In the 2016 detailed timeline for charter appeals applicants to BESE, the express deadline for BESE to consider Type 2 charter appeals is Tuesday and Wednesday, October the 11th and 12th. We are unable to find any reference in published guidelines to an extension of this appeals process for 2016. Instead, as a group, we have been at the mercy of anecdotal information, unanswered phone calls to the Louisiana Department of Education, and conjecture by the Office of the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education. We are concerned that there is vigorous discussion that is taking place outside of any public body, and feel strongly that this discussion should happen in the sunlight of the elected body of BESE, the authority charged with reviewing and considering the integrity of the applications at issue. We are also concerned that the Lafayette Parish School System, as it moves into its 2017-2018 budget discussions in January, that productive discussions could be hindered by the limbo created from an inadequate and clouded application process. This is not the first time that our group has raised concerns about the application process. In 2013, the department allowed the then Lafayette Parish School Superintendent to relinquish the responsibility of its school board to review 2 charter applications. A memorandum of understanding between our parish and LDOE, prepared without our elected school board's approval, forced a shift in the timeline and almost cut the electorate in the parish out of its duty to consider a massive transfer of tax dollars for public education. I hope that you, Superintendent White, can shed some light on the authority you've assumed to change the way in which BESE considers Type 2 applications. We prepared a public records request for your office asking for communications regarding the Lafayette Type 2 charter apps in an effort to better understand the approval process or lack thereof. We feel strongly that encouraging public input for everyone, especially children, is better, and we urge you and this board to consider our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent, why would you like to respond to that?
I can respond to what was here.
Okay. All right. Let's see. All 3 of y'all are finished. Thank you. And I have, I believe Mike Stone had a card. Did he ever come back? He gave it. And then also I had called a Tanya Collins. Is Tanya here? All right. That's not Tanya Collins. Okay. All right. So it leaves me with Benjamin Markovitz. Thank you, Mr. Marcus. Is there 2 of you?
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Benjamin Markovitz. I am the CEO of Collegiate Academies. I just want to take a very quick moment to introduce Kelsey Lambrecht, who is our slated school leader for our hopefully opening school in Baton Rouge. And just take a moment to say that we're humbled by the support that we've seen here today, and also by the visits that we've had from many of you over the prior months. In all of those visits, everybody seemed very much of the same piece, that the service to students was excellent, and that the process and systems for student success within our schools was equitable. And I know everybody is on the same page about providing that to the kids in Baton Rouge. We are incredibly humbled by the work that has been put in by so many of you and so many groups to make this happen. And we simply wanted to say that we are incredibly committed and excited about working with the kids of East Baton Rouge, and to thank you all so much for the work that you're putting in to make that happen. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Okay, I will state for the record that, thank you, and y'all are excused. I would state for the record that the motion carries within sight of it, if I'm correct, the note that the Department of Education can amend the dates for the charter apps as necessary to accomplish the process. Okay, Superintendent White, would you like to?
Yes, I think you said, the only thing I would have responded to out of everything that was said was Ms. Espinosa's comment. And it is true that in the motion that BESE passes, BESE said that the department can amend that date. And it's fair enough, the department has done that. We've thought it's necessary in order to get to the right decision. We're not yet at a point where the final decision is evident. And I appreciate these charter leaders in the discussions they're having with districts to see if we can get to a final decision on these schools. So thank you very much.
And I think, if I heard the comments right, there was also basically a complaint that not being able to get access to information. Can we somehow address?
I've certainly corresponded in the past with both Ms. Burris and Ms. Espinosa. You have my email address. It's john.white@la.gov. You can always email me if you've got questions and you don't feel like you're getting clear answers.
Okay. All right. What's next? We ready for a vote?
I have a question.
You have a question, Mrs. Kira Owens Jones.
I was just going to say, I appreciate in many of the testimonies just the amount of work that's going into the work that's happening between charters and districts to work together. I'm curious if the representative from Schoolworks is still here. I have a question for her.
Is the Schoolworks lady still here? Would you please come back to the table?
Just a quick question about can you speak a bit to, I'm just curious if, I'll wait for you to get there.
Okay, I'm not sure we got your question down at this end.
No, so the question is, I'm wondering if you might be able to speak a little bit to what you see, if you've seen anything between any discrepancies between the local reviews and the state review.
I can talk a little bit about how our process seems to differ based on the final reviews completed by the local parish that I've seen.
That'd be helpful.
Specifically, as I mentioned in the description of our process, we incorporate multiple reviewers into a team that review the applications, and we ensure that there's a broad scope of expertise on the review team, which includes former authorizers, former charter school leaders or school leaders, district leadership sometimes, financial reviewers, and other folks that bring unique qualifications, so depending on the model of the school being proposed, if that's important to the application. We have a multi-phase process and specifically ask our reviewers at each phase in the process to state specifically how the applicant has addressed or not fully addressed the multiple criteria that have been outlined by the state staff. So if you look at the Schoolworks reviews, you will see a list of standards on the left-hand side that have been also shared with the applicants, and a judgment as to whether or not they met or did not meet the standard, and exactly how and where they met or demonstrated that they did not yet meet that standard. Our comments are phrased to refer back to the applicant responses, whether they've been provided in written or verbal form, and they are not phrased in the form of a question. We believe that the totality of the questions needs to be presented to the applicant transparently in writing through the application process or during the capacity interview, and our questions are phrased to guide the applicants to specifically address those outstanding components of the criteria. As I mentioned, also we have multiple review opportunities throughout the process. So there's an original submission. The applicant then is allowed to address or respond to our outstanding criteria that have not yet been met. They have an opportunity within a capacity interview to address outstanding criteria, and then we finalize our recommendation at that point. At each phase in the process, a senior project manager or senior member of the Schoolworks leadership team reviews all of the recommendations before they're finalized and shared with the staff and ultimately with all of you. The review that sample reviews that I have received appear to be from typically a single reviewer. They don't specifically state how criteria have been met or not met. There are what I would describe as notations that may or may not fully describe what may be lacking or how the applicant addressed the criteria fully. Sometimes there are one or two word questions that may be difficult to interpret by the applicant. So those are the main differences that I've observed in the application review process.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other discussion? Ms. Boche?
I just wanted to ask the superintendent, when we get the recommendations in January, there will be a fiscal impact statement attached to each one, correct?
Yes, there will be. I guess I'll say finally that I'm intrigued by your, and frankly should have thought about this more, but by your comment that there is from what I can tell, a pretty significant discrepancy between the way that reviews are carried out, oftentimes at the local level, versus how they're carried out at the state level. Is that essentially what you're saying?
I would say that there's a difference, yeah. I would describe our process as being evidence-based and extremely rigorous, and that we have multiple reviewers completing the process. To be honest, do not feel well informed about every parish's review process to be able to comment on all of them. But in the few that I've reviewed, I would just simply state that ours appears to be very rigorous, and I certainly, as president of the company, stand behind the process that's been designed by the state and implemented by our company as being extremely rigorous and evidence-based.
Any other comment or discussion or question? Hearing none, I believe the motion was to receive. Is that right? That's long ago, I forgot. Okay. Do we have any objections to the motion? Motion carries. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 39. Item 3.1, consideration of policy revisions to Bulletin 126 charter schools related to local education agency status regarding charter schools in Orleans Parish pursuant to Act 91 of the 2016 regular legislative session. The department recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Second.
Who made the motion? Okay, Ms. Holloway made the motion, and Mr. Davis made the second. And before we start discussion,
Can I explain this?
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is a policy to bring the bulletin process into alignment with the law. What it allows is a process whereby schools can be declared local education agencies in the same way that most charter schools are and certainly school districts are. This creates a process under the law, given the unification of schools. This is part of the unification process. It is supported by local and state entities that do work in Orleans Parish, and it allows schools to declare themselves full local education agencies, autonomous in that way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We have two cards on this that both wish to speak. Mary Garton from Orleans Parish School Board and Dr. Ken Ducote representing Greater New Orleans Collaborative. If both of you would come to the table.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Garton, and I work as the Chief Portfolio Officer for Orleans Parish School Board, and I come today to offer our administrative endorsement of the proposed policies regarding Orleans Parish charter schools pursuing independent LEA status pursuant to Act 91. Our administration has worked closely with your administration in developing these, and we are confident that the proposed policies will allow for a smooth transition for schools in Orleans Parish that opt into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I am Ken Ducote, Executive Director of the Greater New Orleans Collaborative of Charter Schools. We're a network of charter schools types 1, 2, 3, and 5, approximately 14 in Orleans and Jefferson Parish. Most of our members are type 3 in Orleans Parish. We are in support of the implementation of the law, Act 91, as it relates to giving our schools the same options that other type schools do to become LEAs. We are working now with OPSB to analyze and come up with with determinations as to how we can best serve our students and continue to promote excellence, whether or not we our own independent LEAs or whether or not we remain under the OPSB LEAs for those Type 3 schools. But we do think that the Type 3 should have the same options as Type 5s, 3Bs, and 2s do in order to govern themselves as an LEA. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any other comment cards. Do we have any discussion, Ms. Boche?
I just have a question.
Which one?
Of the state
okay.
superintendent, Mr. White. John, can the charter schools under any other board remain their own LEAs for this purpose? Or is it just in Orleans Parish?
Not if they're under the local board, no. It's if they're state authorized.
Right,
yes.
if they're type 2s,
yes,
they
correct.
can. But I'm
Yes,
talking about types, because I'm looking at the funding portion of this, where it says type 1, 3, 3B, R4.
In
Considered
Orleans.
its own LEA, and this
Yeah.
first part doesn't say just in Orleans.
It should be in Orleans, yeah.
So it's only in Orleans Parish.
Correct. Pursuant to an act passed that was just related to Orleans.
Okay, is that, it says pursuant to 2303 of this bulletin, is that where it says only Orleans? Because otherwise, I'd just like to make clear that it's only Orleans Parish.
I believe 2303 is what section of the bulletin is that? It's about, it's about the 3B charters, which are charters that were Type 5s and have returned to their local school system. So it only can be in a place where that has happened, which is only Orleans.
Okay, so this language that we're approving in 2301, Section A, about funding, taking 0.25% from all types 1, 3, 3B, and 4 for charters considered their own LEAs only applies to those chartered under Orleans Parish School.
Correct.
Other questions? I believe the motion is to receive for notice of intent. To approve for notice of intent, I'm sorry, to approve for notice of intent. And do we have any other, no other discussion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Motion carries, and I believe that's the end, is that not?
That concludes your agenda.